right, I'd like to call to order the September 8th, 2008 Board of Selectmen's meeting. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first item on our agenda this evening are announcements. Do we have any announcements at the table? Do you have any? Bruce, Cari, any announcements? Peter, any announcements? No? Okay. All right, can I see by show of hands anyone who's interested in speaking at Citizens Forum? Okay. All right, I'm just going to work right to left then. There's a lot of hands up this evening if we could. You can identify yourself for those at home who don't know you. Identify yourself for the people at home who don't know you.
Hey, I'm Donald Letourneau. I'm the commander of the Charles A. Rice Post American Legion. I'm an officer of the VFW, member of the parade committee and everything. I'd like to talk about an old issue here that wasn't carried out with the board. Back in the spring, the Board of Selectmen approved a policy regarding the flag lowering policy. It was a big issue back then. It was my understanding that the board was supposed to put together the criteria and send a copy of this to the American Legion, a VFW, a veteran service agent, the local funeral directors in town, and the keeper of the flags. To my knowledge, this has not been done yet. I just felt it was my obligation on behalf of the veterans and their families to bring the issue back up and try to get closure on this once and for all.
Okay. Can you research that to see if that went out? Mm-hmm. And it's probably actually is a good practice just to issue that periodically, just as a reminder to all the appropriate organizations, you know, at least once a year, just to remind everybody what the policy is too. So certainly, I don't think it'd be any harm, and even if it's gone out, just to to send it out a second.
Like I said, to my knowledge, it was never, nothing was ever mailed out to the people that should know. Also, while I'm here tonight, I also want to give an update to everyone about the post-Vietnam War monument that we have started on the town. I believe we're almost 70% there. I'd like to bring it to the attention of everyone here and whoever's out there watching this evening that on Wednesday, September 17th, we're having a fundraiser night at Brian's. Y'all know it's in Linwood here. 10% of the proceeds of the food sales for that evening will be donated to the War Memorial Committee. So I just hope we see a good showing of support that night, and it'll be much appreciated on the committee members of the Memorial Committee. Okay. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you, and we'll follow up on the policy as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Take it down.
All right, see by show of hands again. Okay. All right. There's a woman in the back there. Yes. Okay. I'm going to work right to left. Okay. Can you identify yourself, please?
Yes.
Great, thanks.
Sorry. Okay, my name is Wendy White. I've lived in Uxbridge for over 20 years. I'm a single mom running my own business, and I've been rescuing dogs and people since I was about 5 years old. About 6 years ago, I began breeding my favorite breed of dogs, American Pit Bull Terriers. Over the past 2 years, I have had a series of incidents involving my dogs that I believe to be discriminatory coming from Police Chief Freitas. I would like to outline the harassment I have experienced. In the summer of 2006, I moved one of my male pit bulls, Bruno, to my ex-husband's house to stay for a while as I had new puppies in my home. On October 4th of 2006, the ACO officer, Joyce Guerreri, issued a violation to David against Bruno, stating he injured another dog. When I learned of this, I called Ms. Guerrieri and asked why the violation was issued. She stated that Bruno had attacked Faith Perini's dog, who is David's neighbor. She said Faith's dog was seriously injured and at the veterinarian's. She also told me that she was quarantining Bruno for 10 days and then would seize him and euthanize him. I called Ms. Perini to verify that her dog was injured. She explained Bruno had been loose but did not injure her dog, and all was well. I explained my story and asked if she would call Chief Freitas and explain so Bruno would not be destroyed. After many attempts, she reached the chief. I called the chief to verify and ask for the destruction order to be voided. He became extremely angry with me and threatened to file a harassment suit against me if I called Ms. Perini again, and assured me that Bruno would be destroyed. He slammed the phone down on me. About 1 hour later, Ms. Perini called me. I told her what Chief Freitas had said. She was shocked and said that she did not want Bruno euthanized. I was forced to hire an attorney to save Bruno's life. My attorney, Donna Turley, wrote a letter to the town manager, Jill Myers, stating they have no legal right to euthanize my dog. Ms. Myers' reply was not valid. As a result, they never came for Bruno. Nearly 2 months later, on December 1st of 2006, a formal destruction order was issued on Bruno. Under the advice of my attorney, I refused to hand over Bruno. Although the police and the ACO came to seize him, they gave up. On December 20th of 2006, at approximately 3 a.m., a miniature pony was killed on Pond Street. The owners called the ACO officer of Northbridge, Dan Chauvin, as they knew him and knew him to be somewhat of an expert on coyote killings, which had just happened at a nearby farm. His report concluded it was a coyote attack. He warned them that the coyotes would be back within 3 days and suggested they leave the dead pony exposed as to not to cause another horse attack. They buried the pony, and 3 days later, on December 23rd, in the afternoon, the other horse was attacked. They called Mr. Chauvin and left a message. He was not available, so they called the Uxbridge Police. Within 30 minutes, Ms. Guerrieri was at my door demanding to see my dogs. I let her view them. They were all lying down sleeping. No cuts, no blood, nothing. Calm as could be. I asked what was going on. She informed me of the horse attack and said that witnesses saw 2 black and white pit bulls leaving the scene. Approximately 3 hours later, my home was surrounded by police cruisers. There were 2 officers with rifles on my own land preparing to shoot my dogs. Anyone leaving my house or coming into my house was stopped, searched, and interrogated by the police. On December 26th, the police asked if Mr. Borghese, the owner of the horses, could view my dogs. I agreed. Mr. Borghese identified my 30-pound female, Nina, who's all black, as the culprit. He also said I had another like her, but a male, and I don't. He was wrong. Over the next week or so, the police randomly came to my door demanding to see my dogs. They parked at the end of my driveway, and they continued to harass all my guests and family members. However, they never came to seize my dogs or issue any violations. On January 10th of 2007, I wrote a letter to the Framingham town manager in an attempt to rescue a dog, a pit bull. The next day, January 11th, I was issued destruction orders on my dog, Rocco, and Nina. I hired an attorney, my attorney, Donna Turley, to save my dogs' lives. On February 5th of 2007, we went to court. The trial was several hours long, and 3 days later, the court found my dogs not guilty and reversed the destruction orders. On March 29th of 2007, my 2 9-month-old pit bull pups got out the side door due to a friend entering my home. He retrieved the pups within 11 minutes. Shortly after, there was a cruiser in my driveway, blocking anyone from entering or leaving. Soon there were 2 more cruisers and the ACO officer. Ms. Guerrieri banged on my door and demanded I turn over all my dogs for euthanization. She claimed they had brutally attacked several dogs. I demanded to be brought to the injured dogs and their owners. They refused to do so. For 3 hours, they let no one enter or leave my home and continued banging at my door. They finally left, unable to produce any injured dogs. Had I given up, all my dogs would be dead right now. Approximately 30 days later, I received notice that criminal charges were being pressed against me with a fine of $900. It states Donald Bachta as a victim. I went to court and stated I should not be charged criminally for 2 loose puppies. The charges were reversed to civil. I also asked that my accuser, Mr. Barker, be present for hearing. It took the police department several attempts to get Mr. Barker to court. He had no knowledge he was a victim in a case. I went to court 7 times and lost 7 full days of work and was fined $50. On September 4th, 2007, I was charged again with more criminal complaints from the Uxbridge Police Department. These charges were thrown out for no probable cause. The ACO officer and any police officer have never seen one of my dogs loose. They have never harmed anybody. Yet it cost me $10,000 to save their lives. And nearly 2 years after, I have to hear people that I run into say, oh, you're the woman that owns the pit bulls that kill the horses. I feel ridiculed and embarrassed, and I feel that I should be reimbursed from the town for my legal fees, my loss of work, and the slander that was made against me. And I also feel that the people responsible for these allegations should be held responsible.
Do you wish to leave a copy of your?
You know,
your
I
statement with
have,
us?
I apologize that I did not get a chance to make copies, but I would like to be able to drop them off for everybody to review, all the charges and all the letters, notes, if I could.
Do you want to leave them, and
I can certainly leave them.
Can I suggest that we get copies to the officials named and get a response from them?
Exactly, that's where I was going to go with this. Right. Mark, or, no, Howard? Right. We'll get to you. We'll get to everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Howard Fortner, 44 North Main Street. Let's see, at your meeting 2 weeks ago, at Citizens Forum, I asked 4 questions about the cable and the cable funds. And I, later on, when you were speaking to the chair of the Cable Advisory Commission, I asked the 5th question. The answer to the 5th question was yes. That 5th question was, would you put the charge to the Cable Advisory Committee on the website? I'm not a computer whiz, but I have looked at your webpage, the cable webpage, the town manager's webpage, and find nothing about a charge to the Cable Advisory Committee. One other question I would ask about that is there was no real discussion about that charge. Did you vote on that charge to the Cable Advisory Committee? And if so, when did you do that? As far as the 4 questions that I asked at Citizens Forum, what I did the next day was I sent you all a copy of the questions. And the email that I sent to you started off at Citizens Forum last night. I made some comments about Charter Communications funds and the contract between Charter and the Board of Selectmen. As stated, I have no bias on the disposition of the funds. I just want to be clear and no longer, I want it to be clear and no longer disputed as to the use of the funds. I asked 4 questions that I will list below. As I took a look at your agenda tonight, I don't see any indication that you are plan to respond to my questions. My question then is, when might you?
Fair question. The entire discussion of the Cable Advisory Committee, charter negotiations, the cable contract, the utilization of PEG funds, and all that is I think a very large picture item. It's not on the agenda this evening, but we need to address all the issues, not just the 4 questions that you've asked specifically, or the 5, including the charge. We need to address the entire suite of issues. I mean, you know, it's a key item that Mr. Bagdasarian has been talking about for years, and I'd like to see this board, you know, be the board that finally gets our arms around this to a certain degree. So you've got my assurance that the board as a whole will address the big picture for the cable and not just the 4 specific questions. But they would be answered in the context of everything else, though, too.
Let's see, the dilemma I have is that the 4 questions were relatively simple. One of them was, please ask town council if 5 selectmen signing a contract trumps a Massachusetts general law. That's a simple question to answer, I think. The second question was if in fact town council has responded around the issue in writing, has he, will he, and what are the particulars? The third question was, do you think it's smart? Do you think it's smart to have a strategy session with town council and the cable advisory committee prior to entering into any discussions with charter? And the fourth question was also very simple. Let's see, the question has been asked many times about what is the saturation of charter in the town of Uxbridge. The contract calls for a 50-cent fee to be paid to the town on or before March the 30th for each subscriber. I would suggest that question 1 and 2 require nothing more than a simple phone call. Question 4 requires nothing but a simple phone call. And question 3, you could have in fact addressed that question at your executive session this past Wednesday. So, needless to say, I'm fairly disappointed in that 4 simple questions have not been answered after 2 weeks. And let's see, in the past I have said to folks in committees and boards that sometimes you get the Uxbridge shrug, which is, I hope that's not the case.
No, I don't want to answer anything piecemeal. I'd like to address it in the whole context of everything, so
Well, I have a different view, because he asked specific questions. While I agree that we need to talk about the larger issues, the questions are simple, and I can answer them because they're very simple. Number 1, does the signing of the contract with charter by 5 members of the Board of Selectmen trump Mass General Law 44, Section 53, etc.? Of course not. Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53 is very clear. All monies paid into the town are subject to appropriation by town meeting for any lawful purpose unless there's some specific law to the contrary. Now, if you recall, the treasurer has been saying, yes, there is a law, and I said, tell me what the law is. He told me what it was, and it wasn't. It didn't say that. After that, he came back and said, well, you know, there really isn't any law. Well, there isn't any law. The Board of Selectmen could no more, by vote, do something that you suggested. That would be called, in one case, it might be alienation, which we're not allowed to do. And in some cases, it might be considered to be conversion, which of course is a criminal matter. So the answer to number 1 is no. It's been stated many times that DOR will not provide a written opinion in this matter. The Department of Revenue is subject to the same laws that we are. They can't make up rules themselves. And if they won't give you a written answer to something, that means that there is no answer to the thing. So we're free from their jurisdiction. They have no trouble giving written directives when they have something to back it up. And in a recent meeting, I gave you examples of that. Would it be a good idea to have a tutorial strategy session that includes BOS, Town Council, Cable Advisory Committee? Not in my viewpoint. The Board of Selectmen is a licensing authority, and I think the Board of Selectmen should step up to the plate and do the job that we ask the people to elect us to do. And number 4, saturation, we get a report every quarter from Charter listing how many subscribers there are, and so on and so forth. And we have those in the file. My recollection is, I meant to bring it with me, but I neglected to, 3,800-something subscribers seems to stick in my mind, but that exact number is available.
$39.70.
Okay.
Times 50 cents.
So we have all that, Howard. And that's it.
David, did you want to address any of those questions? I mean, 'cause this is certainly Peter's opinion on each of the 4, and.
Excuse me, I didn't give any opinions.
Well,
I didn't give any opinions.
Well, you offered your thoughts on those 4, and others may have.
Well,
other
I made
thoughts.
reference to a memo, 2 memos written by the treasurer. That's not an opinion. I made reference to a Mass General Law, Section 44, Section 53. That's not an opinion. You can get it and read it, and I've given that to you on previous occasions.
Now, your opinion
I
is
gave
that
an
the Board of
opinion about
Selectmen.
whether we should
Okay.
have a tutorial strategy.
Okay, so that was an opinion.
I said, in my view, that's obviously an opinion. And number 4, how many subscribers? I said we get reports, and it's been confirmed, we get the reports, and David gave the number.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. So you gave 3 answers and an opinion, so I apologize for misspeaking and suggesting everything was an opinion.
Apology accepted.
Okay. David, did you want to address either the board or Mr. Fortner's concerns?
Just very quickly, Mr. Chair. The whole issue with DOR is a historical one that, from what I can see, at least with the town of Uxbridge, goes back into the late 90s, where we've been asking this question, seeking direction, and never really receiving direction. The town has taken multiple tacks over the years as to how to appropriate the funds. For a while, it was set up as a revolving fund, which in discussions with town council was confirmed that's one methodology that would be available, because technically it is a receipt reserved for appropriation. The issue with that is the fact that what we were using or putting into that revolving fund was the 50 cents per subscriber fee, which really belongs as a general fund receipt. How we're treating it now is, in the opinion of our Department of Revenue representative's way, an appropriate method, where the funds are coming in, the account is being treated similar to an enterprise fund. The only difference really between an enterprise fund and a receipts reserved for appropriation account is the fact that in the case of the former, you're not voting a budget per se at town meeting, but obviously with the opinions on both sides of the aisle regarding cable funds, it's probably more appropriate that it's put out as a town meeting warrant article, and we're just not spending money out of the fund. The only other issue that is a difference between those 2 types of uses of funds is funds reserved for appropriation are supposed to close out at the end of the fiscal year and then flow into the general fund as free cash. In this case, with an enterprise fund type setup, they're very similar to more retained earnings. But the bottom line is, DOR will not give an opinion. They have not historically. They're not likely to in the future, because if you look at how it's being done from town to town to town, every type of method is being used, and they don't want to get into the point where they're trying to put everybody into one basket, especially where in some cases the community itself is running it. In other cases, you have nonprofits. That's the issue they face, and that's what they refuse to address.
Patrick, what experience do you have in this with the other towns that you represent? How are they handling it?
Towns deal with the issue in different ways, Mr. Chairman, as David said. There are actually several different funding options that would be available to the town. Not only Section 53A, you could have a special revenue fund, revolving fund. Enterprise funds, the only possible way we could characterize these funds as an enterprise would be under the utility category, which I don't believe is a normally accepted characterization. But I think what's happened, and I have looked at materials that the town manager and the finance director have sent in to me, over the years, Uxbridge has really used varying approaches to these funds and have formed some sort of a hybrid relationship, which I certainly would expect the Department of Revenue would give us a straightforward answer as to whether what we're doing is appropriate or correct, and I understand that despite repeated requests, they haven't given that issue. I think there's a policy issue at stake here, and I think the town should take a look at how it wants these funds to be handled. Whether they go to the general fund at the end of each fiscal year is a policy decision that this board should address, and town meeting would ultimately have the say as to the type of fund scheme it adopts. So I'd be more than happy to meet with representatives of the town, the Cable Advisory Committee, to address it. Other towns that I work with don't have quite the same type of a fee structure in their franchise agreements. Those funds are pretty much revolving fund accounts in at least one town that I'm familiar with. So we have some characteristics of a revolving fund, yet we don't return the balance to the general fund at the end of the year, so there's a little difference. I'd suggest that we do, sit down, talk about it. Perhaps next time I'm in town, we could arrange a meeting with all interested parties and try to come up with a game plan to go for next annual town meeting, so we know exactly how we want these funds dealt with. And, the point that Peter made earlier is very well taken. I mean, no provision of general law can be subverted by an agreement. The agreement is subject to the terms of general law, but there are other funding options or accounting options available other than Chapter 44, Section 53A that could address the situation.
I don't know what the mystery is here.
Let's give Cari a chance to talk.
Okay, just
Okay.
1 second, if you'll bear with me, Cari. Taking David at his word, the Department of Revenue said, many towns do it differently. That tells you that we have great latitude in how we do it, and there is no evidence to the contrary. None.
But the contract that we currently have with Charter, doesn't that kind of put us into a position because of the way, I'm trying to go off the top of my head, but in the information we discussed before, that the contract with them says that we are to spend the funds in a certain manner, doesn't it? So therefore, are we gonna be in a breach of contract with Charter and put at risk some form of those funds for breaking their contract?
No, I can recite.
Can I ask the counselor to
Yeah,
answer,
could-
please, Peter? Thank you.
If the terms of the contract aren't exercisable or can't be fulfilled without breaking law, then the terms of the contract are not enforceable. There has to be a mechanism at law that would allow us to fulfill the terms of the contract in order for them to be valid. So I don't believe that these terms are per se illegal or unenforceable.
Right.
But we have to make sure that we account for the funds in the proper manner. And if at the end of a fiscal year, for example, we devote the portion of the fees to the purposes set forth in the agreement, if there are funds remaining, if we adopt one or the other type of options that are available to us, those funds may revert to the general fund at the end of the year. That's not the practice that the town has been following to date. We're treating it more as if we're an enterprise fund where the funds remain allocated to the specific purpose year after year after year, which, again, we may be able to find a legal vehicle to achieve if
Are you aware of any towns that have asked for and received special legislation that would declare their cable account an enterprise fund? I mean, that's certainly something which would be in the bandwidth of the legislature to do. And we certainly could petition our delegates to make such a motion.
Absolutely, that could be done, and I-
Which would then, address the only reason we're not technically treating it as an enterprise fund is because there's no vehicle to do that right now.
that's correct.
Okay.
But why would we want to do that? Why would you want to ask for special legislation to tie our hands? I mean,
Right.
why? Why would you want to do that?
Well, you've got very strong
I'm just
opinions.
asking a question. I'm just
Okay.
asking a question. Why would you want to ask for special legislation to deprive ourselves of options we currently have? That's a simple question.
Well, there are a certain number of people who don't feel that it's an option as to what happens with that money. Okay, you're not in that camp. Okay, there's a very large camp who feels that those funds should be dedicated for one person, and there should be no options.
I'd like to meet
Okay.
them.
Okay, there's.
No, I'd like to meet
Pleasure to
them.
meet you.
Nice to meet you. Anyone else? Barry?
Cable, you don't have to have cable. You don't have to have cable.
That's true.
And if they're
You know what,
taking that fee
we need to move
specifically
on
for
here,
cable
because
rights.
we've got about another half dozen people that want to speak. This is not on the agenda to really, to debate it at this level. Points taken, you've received answers to four of your questions, at least from one member of this board. Fifth question being, can we get the charge on the webpage? I don't believe we've voted on that charge yet. I have to ask, Kim to check the minutes.
It was on the
Right.
Cable Advisory Committee's agenda for
Right.
their 3rd of September meeting for the charge given them by the Board of Selectmen.
I just don't remember whether we did that by consensus or if we took a vote on it.
I was absent from the
Okay.
last meeting.
Didn't we vote on that? I thought we voted on it, it was a
All right, Cable
5-0
Director says that
vote.
we did.
Thank
Take a
you.
vote on it,
Yeah.
okay. I wasn't sure if it was just by,
When did you take the vote?
at the meeting.
It would have been the meeting on the 25th.
It should be in the minutes then.
Right,
Those minutes are not before us this evening.
Right. Okay. All right. Sir? Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know your name. Sure.
My name is Neil Christensen, and I disagree with the methodology in which they charge the new fees on the water bill, mainly because of my unique situation. I have a 3-family house on Rivulet Street, and I haven't rented it out for 4 years. My brother was in trouble a few years back. In fact, I took my ex-wife back and put her in one of the apartments, and I live there with my son. So there's just the 4 of us in this house. It's officially a 3-family. And I'm getting charged an extra $140 per quarter because it's considered a 3-family instead of $46. And it just seems ridiculous to me that 4 people in a house, I mean, I've done everything I can to save water, new toilets, the shower heads, you name it. Don't let my kid wash his car every day. I don't water the lawn, all to try to save money for water. To have this extra charge added on, it's unfair.
Are there 3 meters or 1 meter?
There's 1 meter.
1 meter.
Yeah. I am officially a 3-family. I got three electric meters, I got 3 kitchens. I pay extra taxes for this, extra hazard insurance, which I understand. I got 3 stoves, there's more potential for a fire or whatever. But when it comes to the water bill and the 1 meter, it's ridiculous. I mean, this is a lot of money.
Has there always been a price differential with the number of families?
As far as the water bill?
Yes.
No. I just treat it as one meter, it's red, and I get my bill.
Okay, so now there is an extra charge because you have 3 families?
Yes, it's a CIF charge, they call it, and I guess for a regular single family, it'd be $46.55. I'm getting 3 times that charge, $139.65 every quarter.
And that's based on, it's per dwelling unit.
It's per dwelling, because it is, the assessor's office has it as a 3-family.
Right.
I could see if there were 3 meters, but I'd like to find out from the water department what the rationale was.
But, the challenge is then, someone who chooses to use a 3-family building for a single-family use, it should theoretically, I'm only using it for one dwelling, so I should only pay 1 fee. But who monitors that? Who regulates that, et cetera? Now, I don't think we want to force him to redo his plumbing and put 3 meters in either. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the right tack to take here. So.
No, I'm not suggesting that. I'm trying to think of the rationale. We sell water.
I
And you
understand.
pay for water. Now, I have 3 electric meters on my property, 1 in the house, 1 in the barn, and 1 for my new house. So I get 3 bills, each with a minimum charge and so forth. But you have 1 meter, we read it once, and logically, the bill you pay should be a function of the water usage. And I know we have a tiered system now.
Right.
So that as your usage goes up, the rate per cubic foot goes up over certain, which is fair, because, there's a cost involved. But
Sir,
beyond that, I don't know, I'll have to look into it.
Okay. Actually, the finance director wanted to address kind of mechanism as well.
can I just ask him a question while
Sure.
I'm standing there? Do you mind sharing how much in water did you use? What's the part of your bill that was just your water usage? Do you mind sharing that?
The latest quarter I had was, I think it was just over 300. So I think I paid 150 for the water, and then
Okay.
around 139 for the new charge.
Thank you.
Do I sit down now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The town manager sent me a couple of different questions regarding the new CIF rates that are on the water bill. I responded back in a memorandum that the board should have dated September 2nd. Regarding this particular part of it, the CIFs are for the debt associated with water and sewer operations. Prior to this year, we had a small amount of existing debt on both water and sewer that had been originally programmed into the rate. However, with the approval of $4.6 million for a new water tank, $310,000 on two different issues for the sewer department, upon consultation with the water department, it had been decided and presented to the Board of Selectmen at the annual rate hearing that these rates should be put out separately as per unit rates versus consumption rates. There's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, we could talk for half an hour about this, pretty much like what we did during the rate hearing. But when it came to the CIF rates being assessed on dwelling units versus connections, the reason for that is very simple. We have a number of condo developments in town that use single meters. We have a number of multifamily properties in town that are using single meters. And the idea of putting a CIF rate by meter would really create unfair advantages for those type of properties that have multiple units that are on a single meter. The CIFs, or the projects that the CIFs were generated for, benefit all users within the system. So the goal in crafting the CIFs is to make sure that everybody who is in a dwelling unit is paying the same and equal amount, not giving anybody an unfair advantage one way or the other. The reason we put it on as a CIF, which I'm sure is a question that will come up, as opposed to the consumption rate, if we were going to put this type of debt onto consumption, to figure in the fact that there would be conservation because of the increase in rates, and the fact that, you know, a certain amount are uncollectible no matter what, the actual consumption rates would actually probably go up by 25%. To do this, the consumption rate stayed down, but this fixed rate went on. These rates, the CIF 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, or however, I believe we have two for water and 3 for sewer. These will slowly dwindle over the years because they're based on the number of dwelling units and that year's debt service. They will go down every year until the debt service is eliminated. But in doing this, we were trying to come up with the fairest way possible to make this all work, and that's why they're set up the way they are.
Can I ask a question? Just for clarification, when the town agreed, allotted for the $4.6 million for the new tank, did we also vote that the fee for that was going to apply directly to water and sewer, or was that left specifically to the Board of Selectmen to decide? I guess what I'm asking is, why wasn't that applied as part of the property tax rates? Why is it only being paid by water and sewer?
Because the town doesn't have uniform water and sewer connection throughout town. If you were in a place where you had a 100% or near 100% water connection rate and sewer connection rate, then it's much more appropriate to put that on as something on the general taxation. But we have water enterprise and sewer enterprise because we don't have uniform connections throughout town. So you'd be in a situation where you'd be asking some percentage of people who don't have water or don't have sewer to be paying for those improvements for something that they don't receive, much like the same cable argument that we were just talking about earlier. If you don't connect to town sewer, why are you paying part of a $4.6 million water tank project? That's why all the debt having to do with water and sewer has always been put within the water and sewer enterprise funds.
Okay, so then if we follow that theory, if somebody then does connect to water and sewer, they pay $20,000 solely by themselves to make that connection? I'm throwing out a figure, you understand,
Right.
like, so therefore, when the sewer line does
When-
come down your
When the
street,
sewer line comes in.
you are then paying a $20,000 or $30,000 fee to then tie in yourself to that line when it comes down your street.
You
You
pay
wouldn't
a
be
fee.
paying that
Pay a
type of
fee,
rate.
but,
Yeah.
But
well,
you would be
I'm
paying a
throwing out
connection
that figure,
fee.
because, I mean,
Right.
when I had property in Florida,
Yeah.
that's how much it was going to be, to connect to water and sewer, it was gonna be
You pay a
$22,000.
fee, right, but it-
Now, we have
Right.
we have a standard connection fee that's that's not at that level or anywhere close. But what would happen is you'd pay for the connection fee, and then at that point, you would get the benefit for that year and the years going forward of those things that had been put in. So you would be charged the CIFs from that point forward.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, then at that point, if the town is subsidizing for the sewer lines then to come to your area, I guess I'm a little confused as to why, if you're not going to incur the expense for your complete hookup, and it's gonna be subsidized
Oh,
by some
okay,
type of
okay.
tax, then why aren't you paying into the whole process up until that point?
If you're expanding, if we're running a sewer line, and you're then hooking onto that sewer, that's not, these CIFs don't cover that. You would be assessed a sewer betterment for that line. You would be paying for your portion of the project. What this water tank CIF is, as an example, that is a new water tank that benefits all existing users of the system. That's why everybody's paying for it. But if there's a separate line that you want to tie into, and you would talk to the residents on your street, and everybody would pay a betterment that would pay for that. The ratepayers of the system aren't gonna pay for you to connect or for the sewer line to go down to your house. So they're two different things there.
Yeah, this was actually a incredibly complex series of discussions we had over probably a year and a half, maybe almost 2 years, relative to betterment
Yep.
charges and connection fees and everything else, and debt recovery and what was outstanding from the original infrastructure improvements and everything else. And we really spent a tremendous amount of time on this, and obviously, we came up with the rate structure and solution that was put into place, come July 1st, September 1st. And obviously, this is the first time people have seen, bills with the new rate structure. So there's been, a lot of surprise, actually, but the entire process has, happened here at this table, at town meeting when debt was approved and that kind of thing. And, several hearings of the water and sewer commissioners, which, we have that dual role, so.
Right, no, right, and I understand that. We received an email from a resident who also raised the issue of, it's not much different than if your kids aren't in the school district, but you still have to pay a percentage of your tax for the schools, even though you may not be using the public school system. It's along that same line. If your house catches on fire, you may, the water tank is gonna show up at your house. Well, you haven't paid into the water tank, so in theory, you're gonna reimburse the town for that water tank when they show up with all that town water to put out the fire at your house. So you do get a use or potential use of these services, so why isn't it being applied to everybody in town?
Well, you do get a use of the services, but that would probably be one of the few examples where if you're not hooked into water, that you would actually get the benefit of town water. You pay into the school system, because a school system can't be an enterprise fund. It's a general liability of the town to educate all the students within its borders. Much like fire protection is something that the town has to do. 100 years ago, you bought a fire mark and you had a private company do it. Now it's a liability that the town agrees to when the town, as one of its general responsibilities. However, that being said, the town does not have any requirements to provide water or sewer. It's a service that we went into, it's a business that we go into to allow residents to hook into and pay for. And the water tank is serving everybody who's hooked in and paid for it. That's why it's there, and it's not on the general tab.
In the interest of time, I do want to move on, but I wanted to offer Mr. Christensen, were you done with your comments, or did you have anything else?
I don't have a condo complex. people, a family, in a big house that happens to have 3 kitchens. It's not right. It is just not right. It's not right.
Well, the problem with any type of design structure is there's going to be something that may not fit. You know, where you're looking at a situation where you have vacant apartments, the same thing will apply, but you have the ability to put somebody in those dwelling units, whether it be for-profit or not for profit. But, you know, it's set up by the dwelling unit. So as long as they're multifamilies, every multifamily is being hit by how many living units they have, and whether or not they're occupied or not.
For residents like Mr. Christensen, who have questions or, you know, would like to appeal or whatever, you know, their most recently received water bills, you know, what's the best process for that to happen?
Well, I would defer to council, but,
Okay. I mean, obviously, this board,
the board is.
we're the water and sewer commissioners, right?
Right.
Absolutely.
There is, Mr. Chairman, a vehicle under general law authorizing abatement applications to be filed with the assessing board, just as there is an abatement process for real estate taxes. So
Okay.
any aggrieved property owner who feels he has been assessed too high a fee or a rate can appeal to the Board of Selectmen.
All right, thank you. All right, in the interest of time, let me see by show of hands how many people still were hoping to speak at Citizens Forum. Okay, got 3 left. All right, this gentleman right here, I'm sorry. What I'd like to do is if we could, just try to keep your comments to maybe 5 minutes tops, you know. Okay, fantastic. Thanks.
My name is Mike Kowalczyk. I'm the financial secretary of the Polish American Social and Civic Corporation, Menden Street in Uxbridge. I have with me an application we began in April, hoping to place this before the board at some time on your agenda as a change of license type. Hopefully to go from club license to a general on-premise. The reason being, like with many ethnic organizations and fraternal organizations, membership is dwindling at times. And the last few years has been very difficult, especially this year. And the club license in our case is very restrictive in as much as we're restricted to members. If anyone's been by our building in Menden Street, it's a big white box. There are no signs stating that there's any alcohol served or any other signs except our name. What we're hoping to do, and after much consultation with our board, the shareholders, in fact, one of the members of Senator Moore, we discussed this with him at length, and he thought this was, we really have to do this, at least try. Will allow us to at least have a sign out front saying the public is welcome. We have no intentions of changing our method of operation, enlarging the building, changing the hours. We will not petition to change the hours or begin any form of entertainment. All we need to do is increase revenues somehow, and we could think of no other way. If there is one, I wish we could find it. It's been very difficult. And if those of you not familiar with us, we have allowed our facilities to be used by baseball sign-up, hockey, soccer, whatever. The Uxbridge taxpayers meet there. We don't charge from any of this because we are nonprofit. We were granted nonprofit status after World War II. The building went up in 1935, so we've been in business in town a long time. And I think we've been good neighbors. We've contributed to charities or the first night, scholarships, whatever we could afford. Unfortunately, we are nonprofit, and it's starting to be literal. We really need to do something. And hopefully, with your patience, I could have this placed on the agenda sometime. And if we need more information for you, please let me know.
Mike, just for my own clarification, I understand that this has been kind of the thought process has been going on for a while.
Since April.
And did you initially submit a request and then withdraw it at one point? Because
What
of
we
not
did-
quite sure what the
well,
board of directors wanted to
To
do?
be perfectly frank with you, this was submitted in April. I wrote a check for $200, which Kim has been very helpful in this. I mean, I'm not trying to bypass the procedure here, but I get different opinions from our legal counsel, and this is what I was told to do. We started in April, and then one of the first requirements I was told by Kim, which I didn't realize, is you're certainly not going to be granted a license or a license change without your taxes being paid. And there cannot be nothing in arrears. At that time, we owed a sizable amount of money. It's been a difficult year. Within 2 days, we promptly paid. Water, sewer taxes paid, and initiated the process all over again. It was advertised, and then we asked for continuance, and now we're back again.
Okay.
I believe, as of this date, that we're not in arrears with the town. That's why the delay.
Okay. Thank you.
What should I do with this?
Leave it with Kim?
I would appreciate it.
Does that mean that they can look forward to some early resolution?
I would hope we could put it on the next agenda if all the Ts are crossed
The
and Is are dotted.
Progressive
Yeah.
Club applied for this some years ago, and it was promptly approved. What's the status of the VFW? Have they changed their license? They're
They're a club license.
still a club license?
Yeah, Uxbridge Progressive will have changed from club to general on-premise a number of years ago, in the same situation we're in.
Okay.
And as in that package there, you'll see a listing of all our board of directors and the minutes of a meeting where we formally voted to do this, because Kim said that was a requirement.
I would ask Kim just to kind of review the materials and get back to you if she has any questions.
Well, she will have questions, I'm sure of it, and, because there's already been a question that we needed an advice of counsel on whether this conflicts with our original articles of incorporation. Our counsel says it does not, and he will not render an opinion because he says it's not necessary. So that's why I'm back here before the board. I'm in the middle here. Any other questions? No problem. I mean, what I can do to help this procedure.
Okay. If you have any questions, you'll coordinate with Mike, and if there's anything, any action you need this board to take, put it on the agenda for first opportunity.
And will the board be kept abreast of any further requirements or any issues?
It's-
We are the licensing
Yeah,
authority.
I mean, it's a reasonable request. Yeah.
We don't want to put you out of business.
Well, I appreciate that. We try to good people. We try to be good to the
I know.
town best we can. Thank you.
Sir?
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me tonight. My name is Daniel Chauvin. I live at 181 Providence Road in Linwood, Massachusetts. Some of you may know me as the private detective who owned and operated Chauvin Investigative Services. I am presently employed as the animal control officer for the towns of Northbridge, Sutton, and Millbury, and am supervised by each police chief individually. I have lived in my hometown most of my life and presently live with my wife of 22 years in the house I grew up in, built by my grandfather in the late 40s after my father returned from the war. I was also once the animal control officer for this very town. The reason I am here tonight is I felt compelled to step forward and speak to the board when I heard what had happened to Mr. Michael Barrow in regards to his organization, the Central Massachusetts Public Safety Association. When I heard his story, I could not in good conscience remain silent. I would like the board and everyone in the room to know that my company, Chauvin Investigative Services, was shut down and my private detective's license suspended as a result of a complaint filed according to the Massachusetts State Police as none other than Uxbridge Police Chief Scott Freitas. Just about a year ago, the complaint was rendered almost immediately after I had testified in court on an animal attack case involving horses, coyotes, and allegedly pit bulls, that the Uxbridge Police obviously did not want me looking into. The owners of the attacked horse requested my services. I broke no laws, and I have been charged with no crime. In my 9 years as a licensed private detective in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, I was never made aware of any complaints against me or my company. Please note this. The names and identities of my corporate officers, employees, and trainees were supplied to the state police annually as required by law, as all private detective licenses are renewed annually. The reason I was even called to the Uxbridge attack scene by the horse owners was because simultaneously to the attack in Uxbridge, I was investigating another horse attack approximately 5 miles away at another farm in my own town of Northbridge. Multiple coyotes were shot dead in the act of attempting to attack the horses at that farm. Identical situation, identical perpetrators, identical circumstances. I was then contacted by a member of the Uxbridge Police and had a long conversation in which I was made aware of the fact they didn't want me investigating this case. I made the Uxbridge Police aware that I had taken extensive photographs of the attack scene and was ordered to turn them over. As an extended professional courtesy, I offered the photos to them. Because of the atmosphere between myself and the Uxbridge Police Department, I brought the photos to my own police station in Northbridge and had the Northbridge police officers turn them over to the Uxbridge police officers without me having to make contact with Uxbridge police personnel. And from that moment forward, as an extended professional courtesy, I removed myself from the case and made no further contact with the horse owners. I offered to show the Uxbridge Police the scenes of the Northbridge attacks and offered up the deceased coyotes as evidence as they were frozen in the town freezer. They refused. I explained the Northbridge scene should at least be looked at, if for no other reason than to eliminate it as possibly being related to the Uxbridge attack. Again, my offer was refused. After I had removed myself from the case, that same Uxbridge farm suffered another horse attack and another horse was severely injured. I was again called by the owner of the horse, but told her I was no longer on the case and the investigation would continue through the Uxbridge Police Department. I was then asked by the Uxbridge Police Department if the owner had contacted me. I was told to stay away and that they knew who was responsible. I again offered to show them the Northbridge attack scene, which I had continued monitoring in my own town. Again, they refused. I remained off the case anyway and never returned. I then learned that the investigation had switched to some domestic dogs. The owner of the dogs had hired an attorney claiming her dogs were not involved. I was then subpoenaed into Uxbridge District Court to testify as to what I knew of the horse attacks. If I had just been asked verbally, I probably would have refused. But being subpoenaed, I had no choice. Show up in court or go to jail. It's kind of hard to stay out of it at that point. Once in court, the prosecution was represented by Sergeant Peter Emmerich of the Uxbridge Police Department, who acted as prosecutor. The case was heard by a clerk magistrate, and I was called to the stand to testify several times as to what I knew about the horse attacks. After my testimony and the testimony of others involved in the case, the evidence was reviewed and all complaints against the defendants were dismissed and the charges dropped. The Uxbridge Police simply did not have a case. Within a short time after my testimony in Uxbridge Court, state troopers from the Mass State Police Special Licensing Unit came to my house, told me they were there investigating a complaint from the Uxbridge Police and also doing a routine inspection. Subsequently, my private detective's license was suspended. I immediately wrote to the state police requesting an appeals hearing. After multiple unanswered registered letters and months of waiting, I was finally given a hearing date. The hearing was closed. Even my wife could not attend. The only other people in the room were members of the state police. But please note, the 2 troopers of the Special Licensing Unit who showed up at my house were not among them. Neither were any members of the Uxbridge Police Department. Not even allowed to face my accusers. Needless to say, that hearing didn't go very well. I was made aware that at the hearing by the Massachusetts State Police that Chief Freitas had filed a multiple-page complaint, which perplexes me to this day, because up until several minutes ago when I walked in this room, I would recognize that man on the street. I don't know him. I have never crossed paths with him, investigating these dog cases. Nothing, no correspondence. I may have spoken to him on the phone once or twice. I simply don't know him, but he had multiple pages worth of allegations to say about me. I explained to the state police that I believed this was an act of retribution for testifying in court to what I knew to be true, although contrary to the goals of the Uxbridge Police Department. I was notified soon after by registered mail from the state police that my license was revoked. Although when you look at the letter from the state police, which I have with me, no clear reason for the suspension is listed. What exactly is it that I did? I, to this day, do not have a definitive answer. I'm just suspended. So let me ask you, is this not the very reason the United States judicial system exists? Should one need to fear retribution by the Uxbridge Police because one tells the truth and prevails in a court of law? I was deeply, deeply disturbed by what I read in the packet given to me by Mr. Barrow. The evidence that he collected is extensive and speaks for itself. My private detective's license is gone. Gone, baby, gone. My wife, my family, my professional reputation, and my 9-year relationship in good standing with the Massachusetts State Police, as well as my livelihood, has suffered irreparable harm as a result of Chief Freitas' complaint against me. Obtaining my private detective's license was a dream come true and the single biggest professional accomplishment of my life. And because of this one case, a case I never even finished, it's all gone. Think about it. What I am imploring you to do, especially the board, is just look at Mr. Barrow's file he provided you with. Read it closely. Look at the emails and the correspondences. Just look at them. Unlike me, he is one of your own, a resident of this town and this community. After reading that, I want to ask you, is this what we should expect from our law enforcement officials? Is this ethically and professionally right? Should citizens be subject to the personal agendas of law enforcement officials and fear reprisals if things don't go their way in court? Should people involved in the private investigation, security, or public safety industry have to steer clear of the Uxbridge Police Department for fear of reprisal? I have 2 letters with me. One is my suspension letter, which is absolutely humiliating, but I'm going to give it to you. Stapled to it is a letter just written recently from the head state animal cruelty investigator that I worked very closely with on some animal attacks that occurred in, not animal attacks, animal situations that occurred in the town of Millbury. I want you to read the state police letter, and I want you to read the state investigator's letter, and just ask yourself, what's wrong with this picture? Thank you.
Can I ask you one question? Yes, sir. Normally, when some administrative action has been taken, in your case, revocation of your license, you then have recourse to Superior Court. Is that not the case?
I had pretty much accepted the fact that this suspension went through. I'm one guy. I have no political connections. I'm just a small town guy, son of a World War II vet, youngest of 7 children. I'm not famous. I don't have a lot of money. I cannot go up against the state police. I don't even have the resources the Uxbridge Police had. Yet I managed to go into court with my own investigation and sink their case like a ship at Pearl Harbor. Not because of any other reason except I did my job. I did my job, and because I did my job at the request of my client, I have my license suspended. That's life. I presently work for 3 other police departments. How is that possible? How does a suspended licensed private detective find employment in 3 police departments. Again, what's wrong with this picture? My situation is done. I'm out of energy fighting this. But when I was made aware of what happened to Mr. Burrell, I'm not going to get into any inflammatory statements, but what I will say is it doesn't take a detective to see what's going on here.
I won't try to address any of the questions that you've asked directly or rhetorically. But I will share the same comments that we shared with Mr. Burrell. And first being that the jurisdiction over your license has nothing to do with this board whatsoever.
Absolutely agreed, sir.
And there's absolutely nothing we can do about that.
Correct.
Okay, so I just want everyone to kind of just understand that fact.
I guess my reason for being here is I don't live in Uxbridge. I'm not a resident of Uxbridge, and I'll be honest with you, I steer clear of here. I drive 9 or 10 miles out of my way to get to an address so that I don't have to drive through the town of Uxbridge. That should not be.
So my first point was, this board has no jurisdiction over the particular
Correct.
impact.
Correct, but I think I
this.
just want
Okay.
the people.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
Okay. But also, as we had suggested to Mr. Burrell, we would certainly invite you to submit a written complaint to this board, and then we'll address it, under the appropriate manner. So, obviously, there's a chain of command, and there's a process that we need to follow. So, we'll certainly be happy to act on any written complaint.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
There was one of the, Chief.
Chairman, members of the board, good evening. I just want to take a couple of minutes of your time to bring 2 items to the board's attention. 2 weeks ago, I was here before the board to highlight the accomplishment of one of our full-time firefighter EMTs, Brett Lesak, on his certification as a paramedic. Tonight, I'd like to just call on one of our on-call firefighter EMTs, Jim Huth, who has also attained paramedic status over the past week. Jim has been working along through the class. He's an 11-year emergency medical services person. He's been involved in the fire service for 6 years and joined Uxbridge Fire in 2005 as a EMT and subsequently signed on as a firefighter. He's worked a lot of different scenes and cases with us, but he's put himself out there just as Brett and the other paramedics that I've brought before the board in the past, and it's my pleasure to introduce, and I would ask that the board help me to congratulate our newest paramedic, Jim Huth.
Jim, congratulations.
Well done.
Certainly a significant accomplishment in his professional career, and it's a huge boost that all of the paramedics have given to the department in our quest to achieve advanced life support at the paramedic level. So we're really proud of them.
Can you just summarize for the board real quickly, too, what the head count is and how many have achieved, this level of certification?
Sure. We are currently at 4 of the 10 full-time people have attained paramedic level. We have 2 more that are in certification process. So we expect that we'll have 6 out of the 10 full-time staff will be paramedics. We have, keep me honest, Jim, I think 5, including Jim now, on-call paramedics that are serving the department. And it's really a great range of people. We have some people who are paramedic coordinators and instructors, and we have Jim, who's been a paramedic for a week. So we really have a pretty varied group, but they're really working well off each other. They're really working well with the department to bring us all along, and we expect that we'll have in total about 11 or 12 paramedics on the staff once we get through this training cycle to bring our service up to that level. And we continue to encourage our folks to work towards that level.
Now, the certification process, is each individual on their own kind of time frame and schedule, or are there like quote-unquote classes that you graduate as a class?
Right. They have, it's about a 18-month process all told. That includes about a year of classroom and clinical field work that takes place either at one of the community colleges or at one of the training centers. And then they do hospital time. They are required to do a certain amount of time in the operating room, in the, what are the other? OBGYN. Emergency room, and they also have to ride along with the, with a paramedic service and do field clinical time as well, so that they not only get this training and skills, but they have to demonstrate those skills with a preceptor in the field and be signed off before they're allowed to test with the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth exam is both a written and practical exam, and they are required to reach a passing grade on both of those exams. So it's a pretty grueling process.
So what's the time frame for the next two, do you think?
Well, we have one that is in the final stages of testing. He's finishing up his documentation, and he should be ready to go for his written exam, which is the last piece of the process, at pretty much any time.
Oh, great.
And we have one who is in the early stages of his field time. So he's already taken his practical. He'll finish up his field time with neighboring services, and then he'll be taking his written exam, and I'm sure he's going to be certified as well.
Fantastic.
So they're really doing great work, and I again want to congratulate all of them, and I especially want to congratulate Jim on this significant milestone in his career.
Jim, care to say anything to the community, or?
Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll only meet in passing on the street.
I hope so.
I like your thought
Congratulations.
process. Chairman, the second item, very briefly, is I have with me some pamphlets on our fire department emergency key access program. I have a copy here for each member of the board.
Okay. Thanks.
As you probably read in the monthly reports, both from, or actually from the police department, from the fire department, but most significantly from the Council on Aging Director, the department's been working with an Eagle Scout candidate, Chris Berthollet, to distribute the File of Life, which is a documentation tool to document the the medicines and medical history of people who might not be able to respond to us. This is kind of a parallel program that we've been working on. We've had it out for several years. The Firefighters Association bought some realtor-type boxes that the fire officers have a key to, so that if a person registers for this program, we hang this realtor box on their doorknob and we put a key to their house on that, so that if they have a lifeline or they call 911 but they're not able to unlock the door for us, we can gain quick and easy access to them without doing damage to the property. I'm happy to say that it's been successful from a couple of different perspectives. Number one, I'm happy to say that the 6 boxes that the association purchased are all in use. So that means that we're getting the message out pretty well to folks that this is a service that's available. The second way that it's been helpful is that we've had many occasions across our community where the subscribers to this service have benefited from it because we are able to immediately gain access to them and render aid in the case of an emergency or a call for assistance. And then lastly, I just want to highlight tonight that the Uxbridge Police Association has donated 4 additional boxes that we've just ordered this week. So I really want to highlight that donation as well as continue to spread the word about this. But the Police Association has donated funding for 4 additional boxes so that we'll have some available for distribution. The application is part of the folder that you have there in front of you, and I just wanted to highlight that donation and appreciate the continued assistance that we always get from our local police department.
And the fire department is the focal point for this, so anyone who is interested should contact.
That's right. We've left some flyers with Council on Aging, but certainly you can always contact the fire department. I believe that some applications are also available at the police department, but just contact us and we can. There's no cost to this. That's a little shock to some people who come in, but there's no cost to this. They fill out the application. Typically, the day that we get the application, if the person is home, we'll go and put the box on the door and get the key in it, and it's in service. We make a notation in the computer system so that when we're dispatched, a flag for that address comes up to say that Peter Ostrowski has one of these boxes, and so that the responders are aware that that box is and that key is available to us. And in the event that the customer no longer needs this service, whether they move or whatever, then we reclaim the box and we reuse it.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What does it cost per lockbox for you to do this? Because it may make sense to put a modest amount on a town meeting warrant article if the demand for the service exceeds the number of boxes.
Yep.
I certainly would be supportive of some modest allocation to allow expansion of this program.
Sure, thank you. The boxes are about $50 a piece. And what we have done, as I say, is we've traditionally been accomplishing this through donations. So unless our program becomes overwhelmingly successful in a very short period of time, we're holding our own.
Okay.
But certainly I would bring that to the board if it was indicated.
But people are free to purchase the box.
Absolutely. If I don't have one in stock and they want to purchase one, and again, I think we may have picked up an extra one, Pete, through that. We didn't have one at the time, somebody did buy one, and when they no longer needed it, they gave it back to us because we're really the only ones that can use it, and we've put it back into the system. But recently, we distributed our last one that we had available, and we, in conversation with the police officers who I think enjoy the benefit from this just as our EMS and fire personnel do, they offered to take up this issue and give us funding for 4 additional ones. So we'll have additional ones in stock very soon.
Apart from the kind you hang on the doorknob, which is kind of a nuisance if they use that door a lot, you can get one that you can mount to the house.
Yes.
Which doesn't interfere with the doorknob.
Yes, I won't say the problem, but the kind of caveat to that is, we can go and hang something on someone's doorknob. We're really not going and attaching something to anyone's house. But we can certainly work with somebody if they're interested in that, yes.
Okay.
So, thank you for your time.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else for Citizens Forum? No. Okay, we're at 20 after 8. All right, consent items. Acceptance of meeting minutes from August 11th of '08. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? Any questions or corrections?
Just one correction. I had it, now I can't find it. Oh, here it is. Mr. Bagdasarian contended that applicants other than the current town manager will not
Which
have
page
any
you on?
town manager experience. I said it's not likely.
Oh.
Person would not have. That's a problem you get into when we try to paraphrase what people say.
It is not likely that they will have.
It would also be helpful, I don't know if on the permanent ones, on every page, you make a note of the date of the meeting. If the page gets separated, you won't know what meeting it refers to.
Right. Yeah, in the footer, for example, yeah. Okay. Any other changes, or? Okay, I have a motion to accept with the amendment suggested by Mr. Bagdasarian.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'll take credit for the motion, that's fine. Not a biggie. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. All right, we're scheduled for a public hearing for a gravel permit renewal. So I'd like to,
Is there a reason this is a public hearing? Because normally renewals are not subject to public hearings unless there's some specific.
Mr. Chairman, our most recent renewals have been public hearings.
yeah, we have been doing hearings for the past year and a half, 2 years at least. Okay,
Make work.
okay. All right, anyway, I'd like to open a public hearing. Read a legal notice. Town of Uxbridge Board of Selectmen, public hearing Monday, September 8th, 2008 at 7:15 PM. Board of Selectmen Meeting Room, Uxbridge Town Hall. Uxbridge Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing to consider an application for the renewal of gravel permit number 35, 500 Chocolate Road, map 43, parcel 3681, submitted by Dwayne Schnorr Construction Company, 60 Beach Road, Pasco, Rhode Island, 02859. Okay. Has staff had a chance to review all aspects of the application?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there's a memo in your packet from Megan DePreet. Right now, we don't have a gravel pit inspector, so when we got the application and the plans in, I relied on her technical expertise to guide us, and you see that she has no concerns, and I believe she shared this information with other staff, conservation, building, et cetera. And I don't know, is there a representative here? Okay.
No.
Mr. Schnorr, an agent, had intended to attend the meeting, but
Okay. Any questions or commentary from the board?
I just have a question on the memorandum. It says at the end, the land disturbance within 100 feet of wetland or 200 feet from the river may require approval of the conservation committee, the commission. Is that something that we need to consider? Did that take place, or is it outside of the scope of the wetland?
Actually, Megan, can you just comment on that?
I only say that because it's at the bottom of the,
Right.
at the memo.
Certainly, thank you. Just wanted to cover the bases. The
Okay.
plan indicates excavation would be away from any known resource area. In the event, though, that they shift or that a resource area becomes known, then it's on the applicant to make sure they comply with any regulations. At this point, there's no area of concern.
Okay, thank you.
Question, now, when you started requiring or having public hearings for all of these renewals, do you require the applicant to pay the fee for a public hearing and advertising and so forth?
there's no advertising requirement for this hearing. There is for the initial application, I believe, but not for the renewal. It's
Okay,
a
I thought
public
you
hearing.
read from a,
It is, it's a public hearing notice.
okay, but we don't advertise it.
No, you don't have to advertise a public hearing. It's posted through the town clerk's office as a public
All right.
hearing, and abutters are notified.
The board might want to consider, if our goal is to make life in Uxbridge as difficult as possible to people, it's certainly a good idea to have public hearings for everything. But I look on citizens of Uxbridge in a different light. And if it's not required, if there's no clear need for it, and for the last 50 years, we haven't had that, I don't know what happened a year and a half ago to change longstanding policy.
I know we have another one after this, too. Not in this same one, but there's another gravel permit coming up.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
They-
already,
they-
that was
They
already
originally all
established.
renewed at the same time, and then.
That's correct.
We staggered them to.
That's correct. That was
To
a
accommodate
change recently.
the gravel pit inspector.
I mean, along the line of what you're saying, Peter, I agree with what you're saying, because if there would been an issue during the time, then someone who would file a complaint. So if there would be no complaints on file, then what's the purpose of having the hearing? Because at any time, anybody can come in.
The
and
purpose
raise a
is to
concern
aggravate
regarding that
people.
application.
The purpose is to aggravate people, make life difficult for them, because we're the government and we have power. That's what we do.
Yeah, I personally, think the public interest is served by making people aware that a permit is being, up for, being brought up for renewal. This board has been, I think, pretty supportive of gravel pit operators as long as they've been in compliance. So there've not been, undue hurdles put in place because of this process. And I think it does protect the public interest, the fact that a public hearing is being held. I mean, my personal opinion, I certainly will, go along with whatever the board's pleasure is on these types of things.
Well, in that case, I think perhaps we should have public hearings every time our driver's license is going to be renewed and so forth and so on. Where does it end? Keep in mind that any time the board licenses something, if something untoward happens with the operation during the course of the year, we have the authority to call them in and take corrective action. We can suspend or revoke the license.
Okay, so to make the process easier, could we then adopt a policy where, when they do come up for renewal, it's put on the agenda, but we don't go through the additional steps that encumber,
That policy was always in effect from
That's what it used to-
1984
Okay.
onward. Now, the board has, in the bylaw, the board may require, what it says is the board may review, may renew without a public hearing. We don't have to have a public hearing. We can if we want. So we always have the authority, if some issue comes up that we want to look at it more extensively and specifically invite people to come in and make comments, that option is there. Keep in mind, everything we do, everything that Kim does, everything the town manager does, everything that anybody does, costs money.
I agree with that.
Would invite anyone from the public to weigh in on this particular application? Okay. All right, seeing no one interested in doing so, I'll close public hearing. All right, and would ask for a motion from the board relative to this request.
I make a motion to accept the renewal of the gravel pit at 500 Chuckalog Road, Uxbridge.
Second.
Any discussion necessary? No? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next item on our agenda, a presentation and discussion of FY07 audit from Scott McIntyre from Ellenson, Heath and Company.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Scott McIntyre from Melanson, Heath and Company. I'm the shareholder from the firm in charge of and overseeing the town of Uxbridge audit. And thank you very much for the invitation to come in this evening just to review very quickly the results of our audit of your financial statements. I understand that there are 4 documents that have been presented to the board: the basic financial statements, the management letter, which includes our recommendations based on the work that we did. There's what we generally refer to as the single audit, because you are a recipient of federal dollars. There are some additional procedures we are required to do. And the 4th piece is what we commonly refer to as our review of the end-of-the-year report prepared by the town, and more specifically the school district. It's my intent tonight, because the audit that I'm here to review is as of June 30, 2007, and in fiscal year 2008 is closed, and I wasn't necessarily going to walk through too many of the numbers. If you have questions on them, I feel like I'm prepared to answer them. But I thought I'd give a brief overview of what the audit entails, and then walk through some of our management letter recommendations, and if there are questions on the other 2 reports, which I strongly recommend that you read all 4 reports, I'll be happy to try to answer any questions. But just briefly, a little background information. This represents our 3rd year doing the audit here in the town of Uxbridge. We were last here back in March of 2008 when we discussed the 2006 audit. And I had mentioned to the board members at that time that we were substantially complete the 2007 audit. It's been done now for some time, and due to some of my scheduling, this is the earliest that I was really able to get in here to formally discuss it with you. I'll give you a brief overview of sort of where things are today for June 30, 2008. Eric Demas, who's here with me, who sort of runs the day-to-day audit here in Uxbridge, we've spent the better part of the afternoon in town obtaining trial balances from the town accountant, bank reconciliations, and I will tell you that the audit is off to a good start. One of the issues I talked about back in March was the timeliness, and I didn't necessarily write a comment about it, but I think I did express to the board that things did need to become more timely. Only a half a day into this process, if you will, but I think the town is well on their way to completing the 2008 audit in a much more timely fashion. Now, with that being said, most of the discussion, I'm going to walk through first the financial statements, then the management letter, and if you have questions on the other documents, I'll be happy to try to answer them. But on the basic financial statements, and I'm sure it's the thickest document that you have there, if I could just either turn your attention to page 1, or I'll just explain that page 1 is our independent auditor's report on your financial statements. Everything else in this document belongs to the town of Uxbridge except page 1. And essentially, what this opinion says is that, in our opinion, your financial statements are totally in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles for governmental entities. It says a lot more than that. It tells you a little bit about the standards that we follow, too. We follow generally accepted audit standards as well as government audit standards, which a lot of that stuff is outlined in the single audit report. So what do those standards mean, and what exactly do we do? Probably easiest to turn your attention to page 12 of the financial statements. And again, I'm not going to walk through each number here, but just to give, this is your governmental funds balance sheet. It includes your cash position, your receivables that are due to be collected by the town, and the standards that I mentioned before. You know, what are some of the things that we do? We confirm all your bank balances with financial institutions. We obtain from the treasurer's office the bank account reconciliations, just like, you know, we do at our home accounts. Bank balance is X, deposits in transit, outstanding checks. We test all of those reconciling items. And sometimes there are, you know, there is an expectation gap that auditors are thought to be the ones that are actually doing the reconciliation. That is absolutely not the case. We come in and we test the reconciliations that are performed by management. Some of those tests, as I mentioned, were testing deposits and transits, outstanding checks. When it comes to receivables, we test the entire transaction, the billing that's done through the assessor's office, the abatements done there as well, the collections. So we test the cycle in order to become comfortable with the ending receivable balance. We apply a lot of test work to those types of accounts. Test work will also include budget versus actual analysis. How do current year results of operation compare with the budget that was enacted by town meeting, and how do current year operations compare with prior year actuals? We look for trends, both positive and negative, and as a result of identifying, you know, an unusual trend, that's something that we would dig into a little bit further in order to do more analysis on and to, you know, get more higher level of comfort or a higher level of assurance that the accounting treatment performed by the town and the resulting general ledger and the resulting financial statements are fairly presented. So, we also analyze the budget. Also included in here is a budget and actual comparison. We actually obtain certified copies of the votes of town meeting and make sure that the budget is recorded properly in the general ledger, and that there's no misclassifications, no material misclassifications in the posting and the recording of the budget and the monitoring of the accounts as well. So that's a very quick overview. There's actually a tremendous amount of information in your financial statements. I've talked for some of the board members that have heard me speak in the past. There's actually two sets of financial statements in here. One is relatively new. It's generally referred to as the GASB 34 financial statements. It's designed to make your financial statements look more like a business as opposed to just a government. Page 12, though, is still the most commonly referred to page in this entire document. Just by way of an example, on page 12, in that first column of numbers, if you go to the third number up from the bottom, your unreserved, undesignated fund balance reported in the general fund, $1,460,000. That's generally referred to, well, let me clarify that. That's not your free cash. That's the starting point for what the Department of Revenue will calculate to be your free cash. Even with all this information in here, the GASB 34 statements, which I haven't walked through at all, the first place that almost every single reader of your financial statements is going to turn to is that $1,460,000. Represents about 4%. That number is about 4% of your fiscal year 2007 expenditures. Rating agencies like to see, you know, governments between 5 and 10%. So you're a little bit below that threshold. Okay? And again, I would caution you that this is as of a point in time. That point in time being June 30, 2007, and does not encompass any operating results from fiscal year 2008, which closed back on June 30th. So that's a very quick overview of...
Good question on that, real quick. So if we're at 4% and they like to see 5 to 10, does that put us in a good light or a bad light? In a layman's terms.
In layman's terms, one of the... It's okay, and the reason I say that is, again, What I didn't necessarily talk about on this page is, as of the point in time, again, I think it's just important to stress that, June 30, 2007, you had a stabilization fund balance of about 1.3 million. Where is that on this page? If you look on the page 12, the non-major governmental funds column, again, the third number up from the bottom, 2.7 million. Included in there is 1.3 million in stabilization. So when you, which is an extension, if you will, for, in layman's term, of the general fund. It's money that's set aside for, emergencies or other purposes as the town sees fit. Combined, that probably puts you right around 8%, which puts you in that range. But most readers are only going to focus on the general fund. So, does that clarify things a little bit?
Yes.
Okay. Again, that's a very quick overview of the financial statements, our opinion on them, as well as a little bit about what an audit entails. I think it's very important, certainly as we begin to talk about the management letter, which I'd like to do next. I think it's important to understand what it is we do, and just as importantly, what it is we don't do. We don't look at every single transaction that goes through the books and records of the town. That would be you're welcome to hire us to do so, but I'm not suggesting that. We do it on statistically sound samples, also determined by professional audit standards, both by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, as well as the government audit standards. So, takes us to the management letter, management report as it's titled. And again, I'm going to try to hit some of these in a very summarized fashion. I'm going to focus primarily, I'm actually going to, I've written some notes down on the table of contents just to keep things moving a little bit. We got, first handful of recommendations are a follow-up from the prior year. The first one, and I think the most important recommendation in here, is number 1, which was to improve the cash reconciliation process. Again, audit as of June 30, 2007. It was not a clean reconciliation of cash at that point in time. As I mentioned earlier, haven't done tremendous amount of test work on it yet, but we've obtained the reconciliations, both bank to book by the treasurer and reconciliation of the cash book to the town accountant's general ledger as of June 30, 2008. And there's nothing in there that makes, at this point in time, that makes me believe that issue number 1 has not been corrected for FY 2008. It looks like to be a very clean reconciliation as June 30, 2008. Issue number 2 is to improve fixed asset accounting. In the past, I know I talked about this back in March. You have a consultant that assists with the preparation of your fixed asset records. The town needs to take some of this work and reconcile it back to the financial statements, as well as identifying where the new additions to your fixed assets, where they are accounted for in the town accountant's general ledger. That's something that's very important to the preparation of your financial statements. Issue number 3 is to improve compensated absence accounting. Compensated absence accounting is, again, layman's terms might be earned time, earned but unused time, employee unused sick or vacation. For June 30, 2007, no calculation was performed. We estimated that based on the June 30, 2006. We increased that by what we believe to be a reasonable estimate. We've done that in several other cases as well, but it really is a liability that should be formally calculated at the end of each and every year. I'm going to skip number 4 just for a minute and move down to issue number 5, which is to transition the library trust funds to the general ledgers. These are some activities that are totally accounted for, decentralized from town hall, and as a result, the transactions related to those cycles, the receipts and the disbursements of those monies, are not subject to the normal internal control structure that the town has over the custody of the funds, as well as the receipts and the disbursements of those dollars. And we're recommending that you transition those accounts to the general ledger, the custody of the treasurer, so that the normal internal controls, the invoice approval process, and the custody of the cash is under the purview of the town and subject to the appropriate internal controls. Really, the other items that you see here, as a lot of people guess, I will say, auditors are big on policies and procedures, written policies and procedures. I could walk through the rest of them, but honestly, I probably, for each of those bullet items, I think I'd be saying virtually the same thing, which is document, document, document. You know, you should have policies for a number of these other bullet items. Be happy to address them individually if the board would like, but by and large, it's really document your policies and procedures, those things that you do on a regular basis. You know, a couple of years ago, the town had some turnover in the accounting position. That, a couple of years ago, did contribute to the delay in closing out some of these audits. Certainly with documented policies and procedures, some of that delay may very well have been minimized. So, as I said earlier, there are two other reports in here. What we refer to as the single audit report. If you have the documents there, that's the one that would be titled Independent Auditor's Report Pursuant to Government Audit Standards in the Single Audit Act Amendments of 1996. That would be for the year ended June 30, 2007. Again, as a recipient and an entity that expends federal dollars, you're subject to government audit standards as well. That's really a requirement of us, as well as this document would tell you to some degree, the extent of the test work that we performed and the results of our test work over your expenditure of federal grants. And the last piece of the general purpose audit that you hire us for, we refer to it as our review of the school department's end of the year report, also for the year ended June 30, 2007. I'm not going to walk through either of those reports item by item or even in summary, but I strongly suggest that you do read them. The single audit report, I think everything that's in there is also discussed in the management letter. With respect to our review of the school department's end of the year report, there are certainly some issues in there that should be brought to the board's attention. I'm glad that you've received this document, and you should be aware of some of the items that are included in there as well. With that being said, I'll try to answer any questions on any or all of the reports that the board may have.
You have anything?
One question. You mentioned the recommendation that the library trust funds be incorporated in the town records and so forth. Has that subject been broached with the library trustees?
I think early on in our work here in Uxbridge, it was discussed at one point in time. At this point, I may refer to the town personnel for an update on that. It's an issue that we as auditors encounter, you know, I won't say frequently, but periodically. A small percentage of the audits we do on an annual basis.
My recollection is that the town has no claim on the trust funds, that the trustees, at their discretion, will allocate, you know, amounts towards the operation maintenance of the library. So I don't quite understand the motivation behind that. Mm-hmm. I don't think if I were a trustee, I would look too kindly upon that.
Certainly.
I don't see a benefit to the town.
You don't see a benefit to the town?
No, because we have no authority to say, you know, we want 50% of the money paid to the town for this year's library expense.
There's no doubt, sir, and I agree with you, there are legal questions involved with respect to that. Our job is to bring to the attention of you folks, we generally refer to them as those charged with governance, internal control weaknesses. And in our opinion, these monies, a stronger set of internal controls could be applied to these dollars, you know, if they were brought into the town's general ledger. Management has to make the decision at this point in time whether or not the costs or benefits of that are worth doing. Our role is to tell you that, in our opinion, there's a weakness there.
Well, there is no weakness. There is no connection. That's not a weakness.
Well, then you are beginning to what we refer to as apply a cost-benefit analysis to our recommendations. Our recommendation, again, is to improve, we're not saying there is no controls there, we're saying the controls can be improved by doing what I outlined. Management now has to make the decision if you want to accept this recommendation, or...
We're not free to make that decision. I mean, that money is under the control of the trustees, and we could vote as a body that we want to take that money under our umbrella, but I don't think we have that authority, unless I'm mistaken.
Then that's a risk assessment that the town is certainly free to make, and others have made that as well.
But it's not a risk. I don't see what the risk is. Okay.
Do we allot money to the library based on how much money they have in the trustee account, or is
No.
it irrelevant?
It's not that it's irrelevant. We try to make the case in years past that, you know, we would encourage the trustees to contribute more for this or that purpose, and they take the position, well, you know, if we use all the income, then we have no way for the trust fund balance to grow with inflation. So they want to make some balance there, which is reasonable to them. So it's a separate fund, and nothing, we can't do anything, and town meeting can't do anything to say, we're going to reach in and take that money. I don't see it as a weakness. I mean, that's just the fact.
So from the auditor's standpoint, if we look at that number, in theory, as far as how much the town allocates, your thought process is unless it's under our control, then we really have no way of confirming that that number is in fact what that number is. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Well,
If they say it's $10 million, we have no way to question it unless it's under our control. Is that why?
I'm just saying that,
is that
in a bigger picture, the town has the responsibility to prepare the financial statements.
Correct.
And these things occur frequently where you've got legal questions about custody of dollars, but you also have accounting standards which dictate what must be in your financial statements. And accounting standards dictate that these funds need to be in here. Without management here at the town level, guess I should stress the town level, as opposed to the library level, you don't know what the balance sheet looks like, you don't know what the income statement looks like. You're unable to complete your own financial statements unless there's some, either they're brought in or there's some review internally by management here at the town. That's what we're saying. I completely understand the legal questions. This comes up in many times in audits that we do, not just in Uxbridge, but accounting standards. You know, there's the town and we have gone through all the required standards and looked at, and it's been determined that these funds are required to be in your financial statements. If you need to be able to prepare your own financial statements, you should know what the balance sheet and the income statement look like.
The only thing we take cognizance of, if the trustees of the library allocate to the operation of the library through the town $50,000, then that $50,000 is accounted for under our normal accounting procedures. But as to the corpus of the fund, that's nothing to do with us. And it's not a weakness or an absence of something that we should have. I don't follow the reasoning at all, but I don't want to spend all night on it.
Actually, but David wanted to just weigh in.
Just to weigh in on this for just a second, Mr. Chair. Going back to when this was first presented as a audit point in the management letter, we did investigate with counsel as to the legal requirement as to who would control the funds. I don't want to put words into Pat's mouth, but he opined that, much like Peter's saying, that the trustees do have the right to control the funds. The issue really that we're having at this point is the fact that we still have to report for them on our general ledger. So we've had numerous discussions with the trustees. Originally, of course, it was a little contentious at first until we get the opinion from council. And now what we're doing in working with the trustees is effective July 1, we're going to take the June 30 balance, of those funds, put them on the town records. So we will be carrying them forward. We're going to be getting quarterly reporting from the trustees that will show the inflow and outflow. So in the end, will the town control the funds? No. But we will have all of our activity going through our general ledger whenever expenditures are made. So I don't know if that'll serve to eliminate the management letter point, but we're certainly going to address it so at least you see all the activity going through and out, in and out. So hopefully it's a compromise that everybody can live with going forward.
Are you applying the same tack to the town park, which is up behind the Nazarene Church? Because there's a trust fund there held by the bank. Those are separate funds.
Right.
They provide income to the town, or monies to the town, to pay for certain work that the DPW does and so forth. But as to the actual fund balance, that's not.
That hasn't been raised as a management letter issue like the library
Why not?
trustees have. We are just reporting that income coming in
Yeah.
when they pay on a quarterly
Sure.
basis.
Why is that different from the library trustee fund?
I'll be happy to try to answer it, but
Maybe
please
you
bear
didn't
in
know about it.
mind.
I don't wanna, if you didn't know about it, forget I said it.
Well,
Well, it's out there now, Peter.
that precisely, with all due respect, I think I do need to speak on it because while I don't remember everything in my work papers, I'm not sure that trust fund has been identified by the town as being required to be reported in your financial statements.
Oh, so you're saying that the town identified the library trust funds as needing to be reported?
Well, yes, you're responsible. You need to prepare your own. While we may type the document and put it together, the town is responsible for the basic financial statements.
Oh, I know that, but we normally wouldn't account for a fund over which we have no control, from which we receive income of varying amounts at someone else's discretion. So at what point did the town say, oh, now we have to put these under our control? And who in the town did that? 'Cause I've been around here a long time, I don't remember doing that.
If I may get technical, I believe it was a GASB, which is an acronym, GASB.
I know what it means.
Statement 39, I can't tell you when it was issued, but it was in the last half a dozen years. The title of that standard is, paraphrasing, the financial reporting entity. In other words, to use plain English, what comes underneath the umbrella of the town? What should be in your financial statements? That's the standard that the town used to identify what needs to be in your financial statements. The town, there's consultation with us, but the town makes those decisions.
I still don't follow you. If I, as a citizen, decide on a frequency at my discretion to give certain funds to the town of Uxbridge for certain purposes, are all my assets now part of the town budget? I mean, it doesn't make sense to me.
If you gift the town X amount of dollars, it should be brought into the treasury.
Just the money I give them, but not my assets from which the monies come.
I would be more than happy to, through the town, to provide you with some substance on Statement 39, which helps define what should be underneath your
I can look it
umbrella.
up. Thanks anyway.
Yeah.
All right,
Massachusetts General Law 78,
all right.
which also covers library trustees.
Maybe to help clarify, when you're doing your auditing, you're not looking at every single thing. You're taking examples, and so you're relying on, or correct me if I'm wrong, you're relying on the town to direct you to these particular areas, and then you take a sampling and look at different things under different categories, or are you reviewing every single ledger entry, journal entry? You're spot checking, you're not actually checking everything, are you?
I'm going to answer that in two parts. I think the second part of your question is, every single transaction journal entry. Absolutely not.
Right.
standards dictate that we take a representative sample of, yes, journal entries, yes, payroll, vendor. We look to make sure that invoices that are paid in July and August are appropriate for July and August, and they really shouldn't have been brought back into the fiscal year that closed. With respect to, maybe some of these entities that may have accounts outside of town hall, we are relying on the town to identify what should be brought in underneath the umbrella. If we become aware of something else, we certainly discuss it with the town and sort of collectively make a decision. But if there's something out there that hasn't been identified by the town, we may not have been aware of it.
Right, and that's the point I'm just trying to, that, it's not like you may accidentally run across a fund like this and go, what's it doing over here? But you may also not. It just depends on where you're digging in the financial statements.
Sometimes those things get identified through the bank confirmation process, and honestly, sometimes they don't through that process.
Right, thank you.
Bruce, do you have any questions? No. Peter, anything else?
No.
No? I mean, the only question I was going to ask was the mechanics of, relative to the library trust, so, and Peter already asked those, so those are the only real issues I wanted to bring forward, so.
If we were to go bankrupt, I don't think the library trust fund would be subject to claims of creditors, would they?
I'm not a bankruptcy expert.
I'm not either, but they wouldn't be.
Good
I know
answer.
that. Because we have no claim on the money.
That's not what the standard requires.
Yeah.
Does GASB 34 address, in a broad sense, how trust funds should be handled? I mean, obviously, sound accounting principles say that, if you're reporting on the entity as a whole, you need to report on the flow of money in and out of that entity.
Mm-hmm.
But does GASB 34 specifically address trust funds, or is it left up to the discretion of the reporting body?
Yeah, it's really, it's not really a GASB 34 question. I mean, that standard does address trust funds, but again, to use basic terminology, what type of trust fund is it? And that would dictate where in your financial statements it would go. Is it a fiduciary fund? Is it a governmental fund? And all those terms are outlined in the footnotes if you wanted to read about them. But GASB 34 would really only dictate the location of on your balance sheets where the trust fund would go. Statement 39 gets into a whole lot of questions. Who appoints the board? It gets. I'm just going from memory on some of the checklists. Can this outside entity issue its own debt? Who's responsible for the debt? And that certainly I don't think is applicable in this case. These are just some of the trigger points, the trigger questions that need to be asked and answered with respect to determining what the umbrella is. So I'm not sure.
Well, and I don't mean to be flippant, but I mean to play off of the commentary that Peter made is, I mean, what do we even care what they do with their money? All we care about is the intersection between when they give us money to provide services with. So,
well, maybe just to try to summarize again, Uxbridge is responsible for preparing Uxbridge's financial statements. That's not the role of Scott McIntyre or Melanson Heath. And if you don't know about the balance sheet or the income statement of this fund, you're going to do an incomplete job. So you need to know what's out there. That's really the nuts and bolts of it, I think.
Now the fund itself has to go through an audit. The trust fund every year has to be audited, right?
Not necessarily.
No.
It doesn't?
Depends on the terms of the trust.
Right.
Okay.
I don't think there is any specific requirement in the trust instrument that requires an audit.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Scott, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Town Manager's Report. Did you want to cover this in Jill's absence?
Sure. Just a few items. There was a response, I left it on the table, that was received today regarding the Public Employee Committee, the GIC. There was a response to the town manager's request. I think you all have a copy of that. So I don't know if there's any other comments or discussion about that item.
Haven't had a chance to, obviously, to review the stuff that we just received. I'd like to get an update, not update, but I'd just like the time to read this and then perhaps discuss it in our next meeting. Because obviously this has pretty broad-reaching impact for the town and as we pursue membership or non-membership in the GIC.
Right. And I think we're up against an October 1 deadline, so our next
Yes.
meeting is the 22nd, so.
Right, okay.
Kevin, can we just put that on the agenda for Thursday? So that we'll be within the time limits. If we do want to do something, it'll be at least be
The
on
agenda's
the
already been
agenda.
posted, but we could update the agenda tomorrow and we'll still be within 48
Yeah.
hours.
Okay. Do you want to have a discussion, or the committee's meeting again on the 17th? So there's no additional information from the committee right now.
Well, at least so we'll discuss what we received tonight.
Yeah.
After we have a chance to read it.
Yeah,
It just won't preclude us
Can
from
you update the agenda?
doing something.
Yeah. Just discussion of GIC, or PEC memorandum.
There are a number of items that are referenced to, which I believe there were memos and other correspondence that were included in the reading packet. So I don't know if there are any further questions. There are also a couple of items that council will address related to some of the land issues. But I believe we had those slated for executive session.
Right.
I have a
And-
couple of comments. On the Board of Health and the Building Department, the reference is, please see the Planning and Economic Development report below.
Are
Now-
you in the, I'm sorry, so you're now in the
Management.
department head report?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's a separate attachment.
Oh, okay. You want me to wait on that?
Nope,
Oh,
that's
okay.
fine.
Under the charter and under state law, all statutory positions have all the powers and duties and obligations given to them by the statute, by the charter, or by town bylaw. To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense for the Board of Health or the Building Department, or I would say the Building Department, the building inspector or the other inspectors, to, if there's something they want to bring to the board's attention, to first give it to Megan, and then for her to give it to us. That's not efficient, it's not effective, and it's not economical. And we'd be getting something secondhand rather than firsthand. I don't, when I say that, I'm not looking to have people do a lot of work just to give us a lot of fluff. My philosophy is, I want to know if a department or department head or some activity needs some help with something, if something is going wrong, or they need some decision from us, rather than just a lot of fluff to make it seem like a lot of things are being done. But I would rather have the stuff firsthand from the people involved.
I mean, I think that's fair commentary. You know, I guess the question I have is whether this was just, you know, an administrative item where the Board of Health, rather than just, you know, lumping things together under their heading, just provided all the text that is actually incorporated under the section that says Board of Health.
I don't know.
Under planning.
Yeah.
They did.
You know, and if indeed that's the case, it was probably, the document is just structured to map organizationally as opposed to, you know, the way it used to be done.
Right, so the question is did Megan write the Board of Health commentary, or did the Board of Health write the Board of Health commentary?
The Board of Health commentary was forwarded to me through the Board of Health.
So why don't we just put it in the Board of Health?
We were, as the chairman indicated, it was just an organizational, it's organized.
Because under the restructure, the Board of Health now reports to Director of Business and Economic Development. Is that why it's structured this way?
Planning and Economic Development.
Sorry, yes.
But they don't report to anyone as far as their statutory obligations go.
No,
They
but-
and they alone make those determinations.
But she's their
She supervises the
supervisor.
staff, so when it comes down to the day that the deadline and we need somebody to chase it down, it's the
It's her
department heads are chasing
responsibility.
it down,
Right.
rather than.
Right, this is the department head monthly report. The Board of Health is not a department head, reports to the department head. So this, it's a structural thing more than anything else.
Were there any other questions on content?
I don't have any.
I have a question regarding the assessor's report. So, they say that the numbers are not final yet, but it appears we could be 50,000 short on our new growth estimates. Is that affecting, I guess, our bottom line for '09?
Yes, it is. The new growth, like all other projected receipts, local receipts, et cetera, that's all part of it. So if new growth comes in $50,000 short, unless we have room within the levy, we're going to have to either reduce or transfer from other available funds to make up for that budget deficit. Not that we want to get into a total FY09 budget discussion at this particular point,
Right.
but we're looking at probably that area, new growth, and health insurance as the two accounts that we are concerned about regarding fiscal 2009. We will be finalizing that in the weeks ahead. If we do wind up looking at a transfer from available funds such as free cash to get that budget back in balance, what the board should understand, as well as what will be discussed with the FinCom, and I'm sure the school committee through the school business manager, is that our goal in the whole revenue sharing agreement is to make up for that deficit the following year. So if we have to use, for instance, $100,000 to make up for FY09 budget deficits, that's going to come off the top in FY 2010 in the budget planning process. So we'll have that finalized going forward before town meeting, but we are concerned about that $50,000 worth of growth that hasn't materialized. And we are also adjusting our forecasts for 2010 and 2011 based on the assessor's updated growth figures.
Right, that was my next question, because they talked about the valuations for 2010.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
it affects going 3 years out.
David, just real quick while you're there, under the finance director report, August financial data not yet available, is that just because the way the meetings fell, it was too close to the close of the month that you weren't
Yes.
able to? Okay.
It's always hard with the financial data to get it to conform with the monthly reporting, just because of the way the calendar works. So if it's not available in August, it's generally available the next month.
And what is typical close? Like how far into the next month are we typically closing the books?
Well, typically, we're looking at going at least 2 weeks out, usually 3. So on the treasurer side, it really just depends on how fast we can do the recon. But getting that to actually also reconcile with accounting will really depend on how fast that they can audit all their fund activity that takes place after the close of the month. So we're usually about 3 weeks out at after the close of the month.
I just wanted to make a comment so that the public knows. Under the DPW Water Division, they have stated that the paving on Douglas Street and Snowling Road, that's a temporary paving job. That was an issue that somebody had raised as to whether or not that was actually the final coat of pavement, and that it is not as a temporary paving job according to this report. Great. Great, thank you.
Any other items? No? Okay. Let's, pick up the vehicle use policy. It seemed like you're
Final reading?
rearing and ready to go there, Bruce, so, yeah.
Final reading?
I did receive a letter from a couple folks from the DPW suggesting that, you know, they weren't aware that we were discussing this at last meeting, so I certainly would welcome them to offer any input to the board if you'd like to do so.
If we could just make a note on that, when we received that letter, I asked Kim, and the supervisor was notified. Is that correct still?
Yeah, I think it was a timing with vacations.
Right.
The draft has been it's been floated numerous times, and I think the issue last time was just some of the supervisors were on vacation.
Right.
Right, so just so everyone knows, we followed the chain of command, and we notified the supervisor.
He's here.
I'd just like to say something. William Buell, Operations Manager of Water and Wastewater. I don't know if you want me to get into this now, or do you want to read it first before you discuss any of it?
You can offer input if
Okay.
you'd like.
The only thing I have really is, I see you have the one officially designated on-call status responder from the Highway, Water, and Sewer Divisions.
Just so we can follow along. Can you
This
point
is
us
on
to-
C.
Okay.
Part C.
Yep.
And under the bullet points.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important, the on-call. And I think we don't want to limit what we can do with personnel by the fourth bullet point on the 15 miles. Because for that one officially designated on-call status, it's really hard to get qualified people sometimes on some of these positions. The licenses are difficult to get, and they have to have a lot of training. And I'd hate to see the town of Uxbridge, if we lose a couple people, it's almost a residency restriction you're putting on by these guys, these first responders, to limit it to that. We haven't had any problems up to now on the guys coming in and responding to emergencies, whether it be alarms, town emergencies, or homeowner emergencies. And I think if you want to leave the 15 miles in for other things, that's fine, but I don't think you should put it on for the first responders.
What about 20 miles?
But you see what I mean?
I know what you're saying.
You're still limiting it
I
when
know
it
what you're
comes
talking
down to
about.
the point when the people, because then what are you going to do? Treat different employees differently when they're doing the same job?
Well, the issue that, I guess I'd ask the question, so all employees are eligible to be on call?
All employees have to be on call. They
Okay.
really don't necessarily all
It's
want to be on
mandatory.
call.
Okay, so it's a mandatory issue?
Yes.
Okay.
And DEP forces the water and wastewater divisions to go to each facility every day, Saturdays, Sundays, holidays. They have to go there all the time. This isn't, and we're forced, they're forced to be on call. Then it gets to the point, what do you do with the people that are outside your mileage limit?
Okay. How long are they on call for? What would be?
1 week.
1 week, okay. And I was the one who recommended the 15 miles, because we received information that when you're in the on-call, technically, you're supposed to be available within 15 minutes. So that's where it was kind of like, well, it was 15 minutes and 20 miles away, so in theory, you're going 85 to get there. So that's why the area was at least narrowed down to 60 miles an hour.
But again, getting people
Right.
today with the licensing, you don't always get them right here in Uxbridge.
I've seen the licensing down there.
Yeah.
So you're referring to
I
a
understand.
staffing issue?
It could
Become a
create
staffing.
staffing issues. that could get very difficult. Like I said, at least for that on-call vehicle.
Did you have other items you wanted to address?
That's most of it. I know there was a lot of discussion on, I think, my vehicle, but that was that was something that was Larry, or the superintendent of DPW years ago, did because it made the bottom line okay and without going higher in pay, and it was a benefit that was afforded me. That's why I had it. Well, that's totally up to you. I'm more concerned with the on-call guys, but.
I guess another question around that then is, for your on-call first responders, or I guess your on-call status people, which can be different than a first responder.
No, they are the first responder.
Okay, so, okay, so it's, okay, I see. I'm sorry, I'm reading the language right. Okay, so for your on-call or your first responder
Right.
individual, do they have to have the truck, or are there specific tools?
Well, the truck itself is a tool in that
If they don't
most
have.
manholes and valves and things like that are out in the middle of the road. You have.
So you want the truck with the
You want
lights?
the truck with the
and-
flashing lights. You have, on your way in, you have radio. You can talk to, if there's something going on, you can be talking to someone and getting more information on your way in.
So it's not just a matter of carrying around a toolkit with
No,
your needed tools?
there's a lot more to it than that.
So you think we should knock out individuals who reside altogether? Or
Well,
you- we
he's
go-
saying just for that line. not-
Well, that's what
we
I'm
may
saying.
want-
That's what I'm
right,
saying,
We may
just
want
that
to keep
line.
it for other purposes,
For me.
but as far as applying to,
With- Well, you'd have to do something with it, with exception, they don't call people, or what?
See, the intention here, as Cari had mentioned, was to kind of get the metric here to line up with the metric that says you're gonna respond within, X amount of time. And there's a disconnect there, which is why that was changed. The intention of this whole discussion we've been having here was never to impact your ability to assign resources or manage the department as best, to your ability. So I personally don't have a major objection to removing that, given the fact that it does place some constraints on the ability to effectively manage that. But how do we dovetail that with, making sure that, vehicle usage is not being abused, that kind of thing as well, yeah.
I know what,
And
I
abuse is
know
a strong
most of the
word, but I mean,
guys, and they're not using it for that.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really wanted to get into it that bad, you could put in GPS units, and you could find out exactly where the trucks are at all times. But I don't think that's a huge problem, that the guys are doing anything with the trucks that they're not supposed to be.
So why don't we just scratch that?
well, but again, the purpose of the policy, with any policy, is it's there when the management needs it as a tool. It's, so we need to provide, I think the whole purpose of the vehicle policy is to protect the assets of the town. And also to assist the managers in doing their job. So we don't want to have a policy that's gonna restrict your manager, because if they're not following the policy, then that's an action with the manager, not against the policy. So it's important to know if this is gonna cause a problem for the manager, but at the same time, the ultimate goal of the policy is to protect the town asset.
Which part of it? I don't see a whole lot of problems with most of the rest of it.
Right, but, I guess what I'm speaking to is your statement in with the current guys. This policy will be in effect 5-10 years from now, hopefully, so we don't know what the dynamics are gonna be, the makeup of the DPW at that
I mean,
point.
if it gets to the point where you have people living 100 miles away, it's not gonna work because they are not gonna be able to respond in a reasonable amount of time. But we haven't had any problems with all the people that work here now responding.
How many employees do you have now that live in Saskatchewan?
No one yet.
None?
No.
Oh, that's less than I thought.
Yeah.
Right, and I guess, I mean, we could be, they have a policy that says they have to be available within 15 minutes. So if the manager is following the policy and guidelines of another policy established, then do we need a mileage restriction for this purpose? We do have another, in another area, the 50-mile radius already in the document. I throw
That's
that
what I
out there
said,
as a
just knock,
discussion.
just knock it out altogether.
What happens in practice with any policy, any
Somebody's gonna
bylaws,
challenge
any
it.
rules and regulations? They're written with a certain mindset.
Correct.
In actual life, things happen that don't comply with the bylaws, the rule, the policy, and then you have to ignore them for that event.
Well, no, you
So
either
it-
change
as-
the policy.
Yes, but that, you can't do that instantaneously.
I understand that.
Okay. So if the intent of this is to provide a tool for managers, then the obvious question is this a tool that you see a dire need of?
This
Yeah.
whole thing?
Yeah.
Well, I hadn't up until, I hadn't. I mean,
Okay.
we didn't have a problem.
Okay,
That I
so-
know of.
But it's twofold, it's not just a tool for the manager.
No,
It's
I know
to
that.
protect
I know
the-
that.
Right, the town
But you
asset.
said that, you know.
Right.
Do two things, and apparently I don't know of anyone who said, gee, we really miss having this, or we wish we had this. You know, I don't see any great objection. I agree about taking out the mileage requirement. And I know there was some talk earlier about a restriction of traveling out of state. I don't see that in
That's been
here.
removed, actually, recognizing that we're a border town.
That's
and-
right.
And they're, you know.
Correct,
I know in
right,
the
that was
school, we go to
removed.
Woonsock all the time to companies that fix motors and so forth, and.
Yep.
Right, it went to a 50-mile radius,
Okay.
which actually then another line was added to deal with prisoner transport.
How many prisoners are you transporting?
We're not referring to him.
Greatest on that one.
Okay, all right.
So, thoughts? What's the board's pleasure?
I'd just like to scratch that line out of there altogether.
I mean, you could
Instead
look
of
at,
putting a mileage number in there, just,
do you have, does the 15 miles well, that's irrelevant. Scratch
Any
that.
number necessarily is gonna be arbitrary.
Exactly, that's
So
my
if it's
point.
arbitrary, the question is, why do we have it in there at all?
Well, like I said, the original thought was they had to be there in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So 15 miles, 15 minutes, that was the original thought process.
But you might live 5 miles away and not be able to get there in 15 minutes.
Right.
that's when his job
Especially if you're on-
comes in.
Right, and that's
Traffic
where,
times.
right.
Okay. Well, I'd just like to throw something out here. Mike was somewhat of the impetus behind the whole policy being brought forward. Unfortunately, Mike couldn't be here this evening. I almost hate to say this, but do we want to bring this back at our next meeting for final approval, just out of respect for Mike, give him a last chance, since he's been integral to this, and I don't know that he's made any other commentary on this.
No objection at all. However, if we're just looking for Mike's, I'm sure has this copy and so forth. I hate to say it, but add it on Thursday's agenda. If it's just a vote, then we're done with it, and it's
Right.
off the books,
Right. That's-
right?
that's
Yeah,
Instead of
okay.
carrying it over.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I just, yeah, out of respect for Mike, because
I
he
agree.
brought the whole thing forward, and I, you know, hate to see him make the final, well, we can amend it as well, it's just a policy. I mean, that's the other option, too. We could just,
Let's do it Thursday.
okay.
2 minutes.
Thursday's good.
I do have a question, though, since Chief Freitas is here. Do you know if our general law for the fire chief was not correct? Do you know if you're 4197A, or are you another?
That's the strong chief law, yeah.
It is 97A?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more item in here that deals with department heads anyway. The department heads will ensure all vehicles display a permanent decal of the town seal and the department name. I think that is a must on every vehicle we own. A permanent, not a magnetic.
The only one that I would have an objection to is there are some police
Oh,
vehicles.
of course, not an undercover car, you're not gonna put a
Well,
decal on it.
then we may need that language.
The only modification I would make, that, now that you brought that up, would just be just to strike department name. I think town seal is important, that there may be vehicles that might be shared by multiple departments, and ideally, we should encourage that type of,
Right.
you know, so if we could just strike just and department name, then I think that makes more sense. But clearly, we should have a permanent decal of the town seal.
I agree. I don't think it should be
Including police vehicles?
magnetic either.
I mean, I would bring up the issue of some of the police vehicles. I mean, there are instances where you may not want certain police vehicles to have any identification on them, identifying them as police vehicles.
We can have a decal that says this is the
This
unmarked
is-
police.
Right, right.
The crooks all know what the police vehicles are. Like you always know the FBI.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Go ahead, Scott.
We have two vehicles that aren't marked for the most part that don't belong to the task force. Those would be the detective's vehicle and my vehicle. They are used a lot of times for different kinds of work that isn't conducive to having a big billboard put on the side. And the fact that the crooks all know, I can give you some examples where the crooks didn't know, but I don't want to go down those roads.
I said all along we shouldn't.
And I think in the beginning of that there can be some exceptions relative to public safety vehicles, so I think
Right.
that one.
Okay.
I didn't bring up the police on that, I was just talking about the other vehicles in town. The police have to have unmarked cars.
It says excluding certain public safety positions to be designated by the town manager.
Right, then we're very clear on that, right?
Yep. Okay. Bob, did you want to comment at all?
No, I really don't have anything to say. I think you
Okay.
guys all solved. You know, I just say that, you know, I've been working with the town for 36 years, and I've been on call for 36 years, and I never had a problem, you know. So then I've had a truck for 36 years, and talk about being in pain, shuffling cars in the driveway all the time. You know, but I never had a problem. We've always managed, and I know Red's always, you know, he managed with his people. Myself, I'm by myself, so the day I retire, things may change, but as it is right now, it's only me 24/7, you know. So whenever they call me, I get up and go, like the weekend. You know, that's all I got to say.
Well, just saying, yeah, if you lose, like, the sewer department or the water department, they lose one or two people, they're really in a hurt.
Yeah, try to find somebody, then you're
Sure.
gonna be looking for somebody that might come in and take a job, and they live 100 miles away, then what do you do then?
They're really in a hurt if they
Then
lose
you're stuck,
a couple people.
yeah. And if Red has two people, and if they live that far away, and they might say, well, you know, we're not gonna choose to work here anymore. So what's the poor guy gonna do then? These guys have probably got 10, 15 years here.
And a license.
You know, just because you're talking about mileage, you know?
It's,
I think it's a good policy, but I just think we ought to put it to bed.
I think so.
It's going on for weeks and weeks after,
Yeah,
at a time. I think we just need to end it.
Yep.
You know, this is what we're gonna do, let's do it and get it over with.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Just a related comment. As it was mentioned earlier, we are the Water and Sewer Commissioners. It might be helpful, I know Bruce has visited the water and maybe sewer.
Yes, I have.
For all of us to become acquainted with those, just to know what goes on and the kind of things that they do and things they run up against. I know they'd welcome a visit.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a bad idea. All right, one more typo that Kim actually just pointed out here that we probably should take a look at, and that is under section D, number 2, use of safety restraints, seatbelts, shoulder harnesses, and other restraints should be worn at all times. Probably should be shall be worn instead of should, because we went through a whole, bit here in town defining what shall meant, and,
Mr. Chairman, just one more thing. Can we look at the wording on number 4 below that? I assume this is while operating the vehicle, or a period prior to that could affect. your operation
No,
of the vehicle.
it says, these are the rules with minimum rules of operation of municipal vehicles, so. it's
But you
already-
could read it as, okay, I was taking a very literal reading of it.
Okay. I assume the personnel policies already address most of those issues anyway, so.
So what do you, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. So
You
at the
could
top
read this, you
line,
could interpret this as no
you
employee
can
who
have
smokes is allowed to
allowed
drive the
smoke.
vehicle.
Exactly, right. So
Rather
at the top,
than-
it should say, all vehicles are all employees are required to adhere to the following minimum rules while operating a municipal vehicle. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah.
It's while in the operation. We're not saying they can't smoke. We're just saying they can't smoke in the vehicle. So it's while,
Well, it says rules
says,
of
yeah.
operation
Yeah,
of
it
municipal
says-
vehicles.
Right.
The heading is operation.
And
And
sa-
Maintenance of vehicles. So no
safe
smoking.
operation.
operation of the
Yeah.
municipal.
So you can't do those things while you're maintaining them either.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to get the paralysis of analysis there. Right.
I'd like to see this done.
Okay. All right, so, couple typos, one line removed. Anything else that we need to update between now and Thursday? And we'll add it to the agenda and put this one to bed. Thank you, everybody, for your patience in going through this so many times.
So
Hopefully Thursday.
technically, we're not calling it a fifth reading, right?
We're not. no.
Cool.
Approval and vote.
We did it in 4.
And you want that on the 9/11 agenda?
Yes. Do we know if there's a procession this year? for 9/11?
My understanding is that there is not.
Okay.
In fact, when I saw the email message, 9/11, I said, gee, maybe there is something. I opened it up and saw what it was.
Because either last year or the year before, we had a selectmen's meeting on the night of the procession, so we posted for 7 o'clock and just started it right after the procession was over. So, okay. All right, under old business, item B, winter maintenance policy update on developer submittals of winter maintenance operation plans. Who's gonna provide the update for us?
Megan DePreet will.
Okay.
Good evening. You adopted a winter maintenance policy in June. I'd been working with, I was working with Irving Priest. I'm trying to figure out if I should say I was working with the assistant superintendent or the superintendent of DPW. And before he left the town, he copied the files to me, and I've been working with DPW administrative staff and with Bob to kind of see through the details of that policy. So on August 8th, there were 31 letters sent out to developers addressing the private streets that I believe you have a list of. I can certainly get you an updated copy if you do not. Of those 31 letters that were sent out, 2 have been returned as not deliverable. 6 have not come back in any way, shape, or form, and 25 were signed for. There was one response from one developer of a roadway that has not been constructed, where the developer responded saying there is no road, there are no houses, so we won't be doing maintenance, and no harm, no foul. That was for, I should say the road was not completely constructed. That was for Calvary Crossing. It's about 2/3 or 3/4 of the way down the list that I believe you got in your packet. No other response has been received to date. So one of the items that I was talking with council about was, kind of where do we go from here? In many cases, the policy, although adopted by the selectmen in June, really restates existing state law relative to subdivisions. And most of these applications, most of these roadways are tied to subdivision projects. So already there was a requirement for private maintenance of that roadway as it proceeded through subdivision construction pending town meeting acceptance. There are certainly options to kind of notify some of the residents or to the general public about what the private roads are, and certainly if you live on a private street, be aware of the town's policy not to conduct maintenance or expend private, public dollars on private property. but we're in a little bit of a conundrum here. A number of these projects, I believe, are also working pretty aggressively this summer to complete the construction and seek town meeting acceptance this coming fall. Now, that may or may not occur, and in the time period between now and town meeting action or implementation of town meeting action at some point after November, there could certainly be a plowable event or a sanding event. So there may, well, I would anticipate that there will be some situations where DPW and the town manager's office are getting some phone calls saying, hey, what's up? So that's the status of, virtually one McIntyre loan responded to the 31 letters that were sent out, 25 of which we know have been received. Some of the letters that were received were actually returned to the town, but because we have permitting activity with the folks, for example, they're going through construction or they're seeking extensions and other permits through the planning board or other departments, we were able to give them a call and say, you kind of got to be in compliance with some of your requirements in order to think about getting permits. So there is that opportunity to try to get some of the maintenance plans as required by your policy on the table in the next couple of weeks. But right now I don't have anything to offer, and DPW has not received it either. Of course, the requirement is that this office receives it.
I guess I have one question, and Patrick may be able to shed some light on it. I noticed under section 7 of the actual policy, it talks about the town must provide emergency service for winter maintenance operations. And there's a hold harmless agreement. But then it goes on to talk about, it's kind of like to provide the emergency service in a storm event for the lack of adequate service by the developer. What happens in the case where the road is not plowed, it's a private way, it's not plowed, but then like an ambulance or a fire truck is called out to that location? Does the town, on these areas where we could be in a limbo depending on, acceptance at town meeting, if something happens like that, does the town have any type of liability that we need to be concerned with?
No, I think that's the situation that's addressed in the agreement. We will go out and do the plowing services if we need to get public safety vehicles out to a property. Private ways are not the town's responsibility. They're
Right.
privately owned property. And my understanding is that the purpose of this policy was to provide a mechanism to switch the onus for making sure that the private ways in the town are adequately maintained in the winter onto the developers, the owners of the property. We would agree to provide the emergency maintenance services as required. We had hoped to elicit the participation and cooperation of the developers by adopting the policy, having them identify for us who their contractors were and providing this whole timeless indemnity plan, and it doesn't seem like there's been an overwhelming response to date, to the policy.
Right.
But technically speaking, the town, or legally speaking, I should say, the town can only provide snow removal services to private ways to the extent that town meeting appropriates funds for them. And I believe Uxbridge has adopted that local option statute, Chapter 40, Section 6C, I believe. So we can do it if we have the funds available to provide those emergency services, but my sense is that it's become somewhat of a drain and a fiscal burden on the town, and the purpose of this policy is to shift the burden back onto the rightful parties responsible.
So there's no timeliness issue, and it's just going to be what a reasonable expectation.
Exactly. Certainly the town, whether it's police, fire, ambulance, we would want to respond and
Right,
be there
exactly.
in a timely fashion. And if one of the public safety departments needed the assistance of Public Works to go out and clear a street, I'm sure they would call and the town would respond. And it would be our objective then to go after the owner to reimburse the town for any costs that were incurred.
Okay.
Question. The towns have the authority to deficit spend for snow and ice removal.
Right.
Now, when you say we can do these things subject to appropriation, is there a separate appropriation for plowing private streets? Or is it part of the general snow and ice removal? Because if
Towns
it
handle
is-
it in different ways. I mean, Peter, 6C is a separate provision of law. So I'm not sure whether Uxbridge, separate line items, that particular.
For removal of private?
removal from
I don't
private
recall
ways,
any
no.
such separate item.
So if that's not the case, then I would suggest we could use funds appropriated for
Yeah.
snow and ice removal, so long as the town has by ballot and town meeting vote adopted that section, which we have, yeah.
Megan wanted to make a comment there?
I think, I know, Mr. Chairman, that you were on the board when this was adopted. I think you were as well, Peter.
Yeah.
And I think the discussion before Irving's departure was that in the event of an emergency, if the emergency services require some sanding to go ahead, or a pusher to get the snow out of the way and sanding to go ahead in order to access someone, then the cost of those services would be billed to the property
Owner.
receiving the emergency services. Then in theory, that private property owner may have a private claim against the developer who failed to, or the property owner of the roadway who failed to maintain that road in adequate condition. So there's a little bit of uncertainty depending on the exact situation, but that's the way I recall it being discussed as playing out. So it'll apparently take a couple of years to get this policy up and running in terms of the provisions of hold harmless agreements and set asides for 1 or 2 years of maintenance in the event of a failure to do so, in the same manner that we're still working on cleaning up the subdivision projects that hadn't been administered precisely over the years.
Right, that's why I asked about a reasonable expectation, because, the ambulance goes to go there and all the town roads are plowed and this private way isn't, and the ambulance can't get down it, but it's been a day since the snowstorm, and it's gonna take 15 minutes for DPW to get a plow truck out. When you're talking about an ambulance, that's why I asked about what reasonable expectations under issues like that. Thank you.
Anything else, Megan?
Unless you have questions of me or things I could offer.
Mr. Zacy raised his hand. We're not really set up for a public hearing. If you have a couple brief comments,
I just wanted to ask a question. In development, I've emailed Megan once or twice regarding Cedar Woods off of East Street, which compromises Giacomo Way. The town's taken care of that road since that development's been completed. Developer's out of business. They left a bond. I don't know where that stands. I had petitioned all residents in my area 3 or 4 years ago to take that bond so we could finish the road. It's pretty much finished. I know Irving had done a survey a couple of years ago, and it was like 30 or 40 grand to do like cleanup and things like that. But the town's taken responsibility of sanding it, plowing it, cleaning the sewers, fixing a sidewalk problem that occurred on that property a couple of years ago. So are you telling me now that they're just going to just pull a rug out from all the residences and say, well, we're not taking care of anything anymore, even though you've maintained it, serviced it functionally as a town road, and now you're saying, we're not going to take care of it? Tough luck. Meanwhile, I got 2 people on the street that have heart conditions. The people across the street from me, they have a child who has seizures, and you're going to say, too bad. You have to pay the bill when we have to plow the road, even though they've taken care of it for 5 years. That's my concern.
Well, and to draw us all back to the conversation we had around the table as we were crafting this, to not recognize those types of situations, but then also looking forward, not putting any teeth in a policy. You've got to have a policy that has some teeth in it. That's otherwise every developer just says, well, you know what, I don't really care.
But my concern was, I tried to get that accepted as a town road. I had, the previous town planner had all the information, they had the surveys done, the cash was supposed to be taken to finish the road, and it just fell flat on someone's face. So we're left holding the bag.
I think common sense is going to prevail here. I would ask Megan just to weigh in if you have any other comments.
Well, it's a great example of one of the policy issues that will come before you in the next couple of weeks. There are some roads where, according to DPW, the town has historically maintained them. This is one example, the Cedar Woods 1 project. There was a finding of default rendered. The town has not gone through the procedural requirements I'm not sure if I'm using the exact correct word, to exercise the surety, but to begin spending money by virtue of that surety that was set aside. And there is surety for completion of this project. Completing the road doesn't constitute acceptance of the road. And that's another dilemma that the town faces. I suspect, I really don't want to build the town council's coffers, but because of the litany of older projects that have been defunct for many years, I suspect there may be a laundry list of takings that will be suggested to the town for an upcoming town meeting. We've gotten a lot of work together in getting the maintenance policy, inventorying our roads, figuring out where we are with the subdivisions, taking preliminary actions relative to findings of default, preparing for town meeting warrant authorization for surety in excess of $100,000, preparing to approach this board with a number of projects where the surety is less than $100,000, but ultimately, completing the projects does not put that onto the town's registry of official roads. So where projects have been defunct, where the developer as an entity is no longer around, the corporations have dissolved, it may be that there needs to be an exercise of taking. Not a small task, not minor, not easy, intensive in a lot of ways. And there are fiduciary issues along with that too. There are other policy issues. I believe you have correspondence regarding a project that was accepted, it was voted for town meeting acceptance 2 years ago. I do not see a copy of any of the deeds in the file. They were not recorded at the registry. The town started plowing following that town meeting action. The project is in great shape. What do we do in the meantime? Now, I've been working with the developer to get new deeds submitted. We now have those, we've got the plans, so we're ready to do the administrative part of it. There's a warrant article that I believe is on the draft warrant at this point regarding Southwoods. What happens on November 15th, 2 weeks before town meeting, or a week before town meeting? So there are a number of policy issues, and I think the Cedar Woods project is a great example of probably the greatest challenge facing the selectmen right now. There has been town maintenance, there has been use of funds for whatever reason, by whatever process. It's been a number of years. The project is defunct. As I understand it, the corporation was dissolved some time ago. There has been a finding of default by the board. There were not subsequent steps taken. That's now in the works. So what do we do this year?
There are two categories. One category is subdivisions where the roads have been completed to standards, but for some reason, the entire process of acceptance hasn't gone through. That's an easy one, because we don't worry about wrecking our trucks plowing those roads. The more difficult ones are the ones where the roads have not been brought up to standard.
Yeah, finish coat's not on or something like that.
Yeah, and so we have to look at that too. But I just remind the board, Floyd Foreman was hired. One of the reasons he was hired was to complete all these processes. I remember we had a whole checklist made out of all the steps you need to follow to get roads accepted. And that was, 10 years ago? I don't know, 8 years ago. And now some of those things from back then still have not been done. There's a black hole somewhere.
Right.
And too many things fall into the black hole and never come out.
Okay, so now we've put ourselves in the position where we have this vehicle, we have this, your vehicle's on my mind. I know, that's over, thank you. We have this new winter policy.
We had one before.
Okay, but we have this one right now before us,
okay.
and this is the one that's valid. So we have this policy, and now we've been identified with areas where there are now roads that we were plowing, but under the new policy, we should not be plowing. The question I have to ask, Patrick, what type of liability, we've got to decide what's going to be our point for the town to step in, and do we have any liability if we stop plowing these roads and sanding and salting them?
No.
Okay.
They're not our roads.
Okay.
We have liability arguably if we plow them and then hit
Right.
a car or hit someone on the street, and we shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Okay.
But on the other hand, I think as a policy matter, the board certainly has the concerns of the citizens, who got basically led down by the developers who didn't follow through and complete these projects in timely fashion. We want to make sure we can deliver services. I think this is a starting point. We have to establish a policy so that we can have a consistent plan to follow through. And speaking with Megan earlier today, for all those developers who ignore this policy, we have to follow up in some way, shape, or form, whether it's by publication of notice that residents, those of you who live in the following developments, please note that your developer or property owner has not complied with the town's maintenance policy, and you are therefore at risk for having winter maintenance provided. You know, let's exert pressure from whatever angle we can get. We furthermore might be, on the most egregious cases, if there is a condition in most of our subdivision approvals for maintenance for at least 2 years, a period of time, if they're not following the town's winter maintenance policy by reporting the contractors and contact information, et cetera, I'd suggest it's something that this board might want to refer to the planning board as a matter of non-compliance with the subdivision approval condition and have action taken by that board pursuant to its jurisdiction. With a policy of this nature, so that's all you can really do at that point in time. Since we don't own these properties, we don't have proprietary interest in private roads, unless and until we can get the deeds and the layouts accepted, our options are somewhat limited in terms of what we can do.
Okay, so I think it's important then to note that, like you said, I mean, we don't own, if we don't own these roads and we do continue to plow the roads, then we actually open ourselves up to a liability if something in fact happens.
We could, I mean, see, we're insulated from liability for damage or injury that occurs on a public way by
Right,
general laws,
but we're
Chapter
not
84.
on a private way.
When we're plowing these streets, it's just like plowing someone's backyard. You're on private property, and if the town does incur some sort of liability by property damage or personal injury, an argument could be made that we're not subject to the limitations of liability under Chapter 84.
Right, we
so
wouldn't have
there is a
sovereign
risk
immunity,
there, yeah.
basically, okay. What, how quickly can we get these properties resolved then? I mean, Megan said it's not an easy process.
Certainly not. I mean, I think she's made great strides in identifying, and we're trying, on the upcoming town meeting warrant, we have a few properties on there, some of the older ones that weren't properly conveyed to the town. We're trying to go, she has gone back to the owners or the developers who are identifiable. We've worked through the paperwork. We're gonna have the town revote the acceptances, have the easement deeds recorded, close the door, close the loop on those properties there. And there are other ones, there are, as Peter noted, there are some properties where there are incomplete roads, and we do have some surety funds available that if we lay claim to those funds, declare the developers in default, we can go then access those funds and try to complete the work. My guess would be that in most cases, there's not sufficient funding available to complete the projects, particularly
So
if
then
they've
we're gonna
deteriorated.
need additional.
We're gonna have to address those on an individual basis to see how, if at all, we can come up with the additional funding to do the work. I was made aware of one situation where the property owners within a subdivision actually banded together and contributed funds to help the town complete the road work using the existing surety funds. Maybe we can see if other situations like that could arise, so we can get them done. But there are a lot of them out there, and this has been taking place over a long period of time. This is just not a recent development. I'm literally, probably decades, that this has been developing, so it's not gonna be easy to resolve.
Thank you.
I think we need to do something about it.
I mean, and if you really think about it, in the big picture, it behooves the town to have these roads accepted.
Sure.
I mean, it increases our funding that we get from the state, you know, which is based on how many, miles of roadway you have, those types of things as well.
Right.
It's the right thing to do for the residents of the streets, you know, especially if they were kind of left holding the bag by a developer that went defunct. You know, and so we've got to figure out a clean way out of this, and if it is through a series of takings, which is going to be fairly complex, I can only imagine. And even if you do that, it's still contestable for what, like 7 years, something like that?
3 years,
3 years?
but if the title is clearly in the developer who is now a defunct corporation, we could sort of streamline the processes. We're only gonna be taking easements in the properties.
But in some cases, correct me if I'm wrong, the developer owns the road. In other cases, the homeowners own to the center line of the road, right?
We're gonna have to, by title examination, determine which of those scenarios exist. Correct.
So title search alone and research could be a fairly expensive item to even.
But can you use already pre-existing titles? If someone bought the house 3 years ago and they had the title search done then, can we use a document that's 3 or 4 years old in this process?
What you'd have to do is do a title rundown back to the date the subdivision plan was approved, because it was at that point in time when the developer obtained the right to convey out the separate lots, subject to the conditions of the approval. So he owned, or it, she, whoever the entity was,
Right.
owned the entire tract of land at that point in time.
So we may not then, in that case, incur new title searches if the documents that we have cover the time frame that the, that could be if,
Right.
if in the subdivisions that we're referring to, if the residents would help out by helping to provide those documents that they may have still from their closings.
And the research that I've been doing, I'm setting it up so that if we need to take these next steps, we have the book and page number and the plan book and plan numbers and some of those basic documents to start us, to be able to launch forward. Pat's suggestion that this board could identify an area of concern where a subdivision has failed, or where a developer has failed to maintain the road properly in violation of Chapter 41, Section 81, and in violation of their subdivision approval, and ask the planning board to act on it. And I thought, I've really been reaching out to the developers, tracking them down and trying to work toward completion of projects. And by doing so, I've gotten in touch with some who are willing to sign deeds. And we're doing some of the research to be able to effect those conveyances, which saves an awful lot of hassle. So really working toward conclusion, working toward bringing the projects together. We're looking to do economies of scale so that with projects that are in default, we can evaluate the costs on a kind of a comprehensive level and look at paving for, 3 miles of road instead of 700 feet at a time. So hopefully for next construction season, we'll have a batch of projects to move forward with, and whether the surety will be sufficient or not, I don't know. Again, that's toward completion. The folks that Pat was mentioning, where the residents helped to kick in the required funds to finish up, I think the project exceeded the available surety by several $1,000s. I believe it was 4 digits, not 5, in excess of the surety that was provided. But again, we've got the road acceptance issue. In that case, I have tracked down the developer. We're looking for him to convey the deeds. I've worked with the engineer. We're trying to get new plans. So hopefully we'll bring those pieces together. Probably 25 to 30 hours just of my time. DPW has also been involved on that one project. So you can see the scope of it. And, as we've said before, it's a developer's project. It's unfortunate that little by little, over time, we started doing road maintenance, or that allowed continuing construction on the projects, but these are the developer's projects, and it's unfortunate when we have to step in as their project managers. We really want to just manage the town's files so that we can put them away.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, it's wrong, that's Mark. How close is that to being done?
Just stating that, and I'm in a unique situation, as my development is that road was completed to spec. I know that Irving had done a survey on the road as far as making sure it met all the criteria, and you could find some things, like the signage, maybe the street sign's too high, and some other minor curb dings and dongs that had to be corrected. I think it was an estimate like $35,000 to complete everything, which included clean catch basin, which we've already done already. On the town's done. I don't know, there's $100 and some odd thousand sitting in the kitty. We don't have any roads to pave. So continue taking care of the road, and then take the damn money and then backfill what it costs to take care of the road. I mean, I don't know what the real consequence is.
Okay.
That's my concern, and I appreciate you hearing me out of order.
There's a little bit of a difference between surety to complete the project and to pay for maintenance, and we looked at that. That project might work, but not in others, so defer to council.
What if I get every resident to sign a hold harmless agreement? How's that?
Hold harmless what?
That if you hit my car while you're plowing the road, that's a town road. As far as I'm concerned, it's a town road for plowing, and I have no regress to sue you. There's gotta be a way of, getting around the liability issue with a hold harmless by every resident in the neighborhood. And I'm sure everyone would sign it.
As soon as somebody moves out, who keeps track of whether the new person signs?
I'll walk down and make sure.
Right.
It's open, I mean, that's a complex solution to.
I'm just trying to ensure that my road is plowed not just for myself, but everyone in my neighborhood.
All right. In the interest of time, we need to move on, I think.
So we'll update this list for you and continue moving through
Look
it.
forward every time we get an update, having a couple more crossed off the list there. That's our target, right?
Yes, 2 every 2 months.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is fall annual town meeting warrant review, and a warrant closes on the 16th.
There isn't much information there. There's nothing for us to vote on, is there?
Well, we've taken the stance, at least in the past year and a half, 2 years, of the Board of Selectmen weighing in on each article, just as FinCom does.
The minutes aren't complete, they just...
No, I recognize that, right.
So at
yeah.
this stage, I don't know what...
Yeah, I mean, until the warrant is I think, fit for consumption, so to speak. And in fact, what we've done in the past year or so is even hold a special meeting of the board just to weigh in on any articles, that we've not yet had the opportunity to address, so.
Now, what's the September 16th deadline? That's for
Submittal of articles. And then the warrant has to be issued by... Do you have that up here?
I don't know the date off the top of my head.
Were there any particular articles that we needed some discussion on this evening?
I was not at the last meeting, and I don't recall, were some of the street acceptance on the last version that you saw?
I thought it was a placeholder article similar to this.
There may be some additional detail on those.
Well, there's commentaries on some of these now that, I don't know if it was there before.
Fire truck one?
Well, the Article 6, in my discussions with the fire chief and the town manager, I think they were planning to rewrite that article. So I
They were
guess
planning to what?
rewrite it.
Okay.
So I guess because we have the September 11th meeting, and then we don't meet again until the 22nd, which is after the 16th. So if there, I guess I'm just looking for procedural guidance on if articles are recrafted. Okay, so they can be recrafted after the 16th, it's just the private.
Correct.
Okay,
The
thank you.
petitioned articles have to
Any
go
of-
on as petitioned, but the town's articles, as long as the substance of the articles isn't materially or substantially changed, we can tweak them. I mean, I've looked at the drafts that have come forward. I mean, these are all pretty straightforward, basic articles. There's no real form or legal issues from what I can tell from this draft, which I just looked at now.
So
But
for instance,
there are time requirements, time
Right.
restraints, and we have to sign the warrant
Right.
and post the warrant by a certain date.
And what date would that be?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
So if you, I heard you before, you were looking at some of the commentary. That's not something you have to have set in stone at this time.
Okay,
Once the 16th passes, if it's a board-sponsored article, that can change.
okay, thank you.
This is November 18th meeting. We should have plenty of time, I would think, to meet those requirements.
It would be helpful if, when we do all these drafts of the warrant, to put on it the deadline for posting, so it'll always be fresh in our minds and we won't miss something by default.
Yeah, I mean, there's the right to left calendar, I think, that we put together a year or two ago. That says, if the meeting date is X, then this deadline is Y, and this one is Z, and that kind of thing, so. Okay. I remember actually seeing the calendar that actually showed all the dates on it, so. Okay. Any articles anyone would like to discuss this evening? Feel need to weigh in on? No? Okay. Pat, in your discussions with Jill, were there any articles of concern?
No, as I said, I think it's a pretty straightforward warrant this time around.
I have received a number of calls in recent days requesting, people asking when the deadline is and inquiring about citizen petitions. So I imagine the next draft you see will have several, just based on the calls.
Are we going to have, do you know when we're gonna have just, figures for Articles 2 and 3?
David?
You should be having figures for 2 and 3 probably I'd say probably about 3 weeks, we'll have everything finalized, if not a little bit sooner. Because we really don't want to be doing these just before town meeting, so I'd say about 3 weeks we'll have it.
Okay, thank you.
Right, item D, under old business, request to reinstate health insurance by tree warden. See him here in the audience this evening. And, do you have an update on?
My understanding, the last meeting, there was some discussion of credentials, licensure, and questions about the roles and responsibilities. The tree warden did drop something off today, which I left on the table. It's a handwritten photocopy.
I did see it.
But given that it was on the agenda again, I made sure on Friday that I let him know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to read this into the record, or would you like me to read it into the record?
You could read it.
Okay.
I know what I wrote.
Okay, well, I just meant, just so, you know, the public can hear as well,
Yeah.
like, but, I'll read it then. Town of Uxbridge Board of Selectmen, when I get a call from someone who has a problem with a tree, I go look at it and tell them if it's on their property or town property, and whether or not it has to come down or just be trimmed. If it's in the wires, I call National Grid and see if they will take it down. When National Grid is in town to trim or cut down trees, I have to be there to supervise the work. I go out on the road when people call about a downed tree or limb. I have my chainsaw with me and I cut up as much as I can. I average between 40 to 50 calls a year about trees. I plant as many trees as I can, depending on how much money is allotted. I'll climb trees and take down their limbs if they are not on the wires, and now I'm getting calls about a beetle problem. Okay. And sincerely, tree warden. I assume this is in response to the question we had asked, that the numbers that are in the town report, whether they reflected all of your activity or not, and certainly I think your commentary indicates more activity than is just strictly reflected in the annual report. Was that your intention in trying to just document what your job entailed to a higher degree?
But in the town report, I just put in for what I do every 1 year.
Right.
From year to year, that's all.
Right.
You know, not last year. Last year I didn't plant no trees because I didn't have enough money.
Mhm.
The year before I planted 2 because only 2 people wanted them, so I used the rest of the money to take down trees.
No, but my real question is, that, you know, what prompted you to write this letter to us to document, you know, what your day-to-day, responsibilities are? You know, was that, the questions that were asked at this table relative to?
No, it just said they wanted to know what the tree warden duties were.
Okay.
That's what I was told, what I did.
Right, okay.
What are your responsibilities when the power company or telephone company trims trees along the...
No, they have to come to me first.
They go to you
Before
first?
Yeah, first.
And you supervise what they're doing when they're doing it?
Mm.
And how often does that happen?
Oh, now, in the last 3 years, they've been here twice. They haven't come for about 9 years. They did light trimming. Yeah. First time the kid did double phase, this time they did single phase. They were here 5 weeks the last time.
So do you go out and you do a site check ahead of time and they explain what they're doing? Or you're physically standing out there the whole time they're trimming?
Oh, no, I just go about 2 hours a day.
Okay, so about 2 hours a
Yeah,
day while they're
so-
trimming, okay. So you're not out there the whole time they're trimming?
Mm. See, they figure out their time and everything. See, this job was supposed to take 4 weeks, but they were way behind. It took them 5 weeks to do it.
And did we find anything regarding the certifications?
There were 2 statutes that determine what the qualifications of a tree warden would be. Chapter 41, Section 106 is entitled Appointment and Term. Tree warden, it indicates that in any town which exceeds 10,000 inhabitants, and which provides by bylaw, vote, or ordinance that the tree warden shall be appointed. Such appointment shall be made by the Board of Selectmen. In such a town, the tree warden shall exercise the duties of the tree warden and of insect pest control. Such tree warden shall be qualified by training and experience in the field of arboriculture and licensed with the Department of Food and Agriculture in accordance with the provisions of Section 10 of Chapter 132B. Term of appointment shall be for 3 years. The licensure requirement under Chapter 132B, Section 10, requires a certification and license to use pesticides to be issued to individuals by the Department of Food and Agriculture. So the qualification section does require that licensure as well as training and experience in the field of arboriculture for a tree warden.
Okay, and do you have that
I don't
correct?
have a license.
Okay.
Not for tree warden.
Okay, so so then when people call you regarding the beetle problem,
Then
technically, if the
I call
beetles
the
come
state.
here,
Then I call the state.
right, so if the beetles came here, you would not be able to buy the pesticides to treat the issue. We would have to turn to
The
the
state would.
responsibility of the state.
State usually does that. When the Dutch elm comes, they always came and sprayed.
Patrick, under Mass General Law, we're required, because we have inhabitants over 10,000, to meet the requirements of that statute, correct?
That's correct. It says, such tree warden shall be qualified by training experience in the field of arboriculture and licensed with the Department of Food and Agriculture.
If you call the Department of Food and Agriculture and inquire relative to that license is for the application of pesticides. He doesn't do any application of pesticides. And I don't recall the town ever appropriating money for the application of pesticides. There is a state law for school committee members. When you're elected to the school committee, it says members shall, within 12 months of their election, a 10-day brainwashing session with the teachers' union. That's a law. But if you don't do that, you're still a school committee member in full standing. So as former town council pointed out one time, the words shall means shall, but unless it's coupled with, for instance, if it said, absent that certification, if the certification, the license is revoked for something, you can't be a tree warden, it doesn't say that. That issue came up, if you recall, when the board tried to vote, call an election with fewer than 2/3 for a debt exclusion, for fewer than 2/3 of the members. And town council said, well, that part of the charter doesn't count because there's no penalty. But there was a penalty. The penalty in the charter is if you don't meet those requirements, then the vote has no effect. There is no such penalty in that law. And if you talk to the people at the Department of Food and Agriculture, they'll tell you that they don't normally issue those certifications for tree wardens.
But I think that something that needs to be considered, at least for the people of the town, is that because we are over 10,000 inhabitants,
yes,
Mass General Law 41-106 does apply to us. And, I mean, I guess the question would be is if, is that a requirement that the townspeople want for a price of $18,000 a year on their tree warden to have all the certifications?
We're not paying $18,000 a year.
Yes,
We're
we
paying
are,
$400 a year.
No, we're not. We're paying 18 because we're paying for the health insurance.
Not
You can
anymore.
call it an interact, or, we did.
We did.
And he wants his health insurance reinstated.
Yes.
So
He would
for
like to have his health
Correct.
insurance reinstated.
So for $18,000 a year, do we want a tree warden who can handle all the responsibilities of this statute
But according to
that's been passed by Mass
David,
General Law?
we can't reinstate his health insurance because
We would have to make him a 20-hour-a-week employee, yes.
with 20 scheduled hours.
Yes.
And the job, as I understand it, doesn't lend itself to scheduled hours. When are you called? When are you called? Do you work from 10 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
No, I mean, obviously he's called when, you don't have to ask the leading questions.
So the
He's
job
called
doesn't
when
lend
something
itself,
happens.
job doesn't lend itself to that. I'm referring to Mike's email about whether we should send this to the DPW. That would be nice, except that the job doesn't lend itself to that, in the same way the job of a building inspector doesn't lend itself to that.
Okay, then I guess then before the board, we have, I mean, as far as reinstating the health insurance, we can't.
That's correct.
Okay, so our only other option is take this position and move it over and make a collateral duty of another department.
That's not the only other option. The
Okay,
only-
so what's our
the
other option?
option is to just make an adjustment in his pay. Remember, his pay was set at $400 in recognition of the fact that he was receiving a substantial benefit in the form of the medical insurance. I wish I had that benefit when I was younger. So that's not the only option.
Okay, so did you look into, I believe that we had left it with, you would look to see what a supplemental health insurance policy,
Okay.
and what was
Yeah.
that figure?
Yeah, look, I got Medicare and filing clinic. Me and my wife can get on it for $267.80.
$267.80 per month.
Yep.
Well, you're doing better than me.
Okay, so
400 more than
then we would have to figure, if you were to increase through town meeting warrant, an appropriation to increase his salary by an amount greater than that, because then if you're going to take into account to actually compensate him for the $267.80, you're gonna have to take into account FICA, taxes, you understand what I'm saying. So the figure is gonna be somewhere probably around $400, I would imagine, a month, between $400 and $425 a month.
So it's
Is that fair?
$5,000, it's $5,000 over the course of the year.
Right, so that would be the third option.
If we had it with a DPW person, as Mike suggested, you'd have a part-time person with set hours. So if he were the tree warden and was going to be called out at some different time, you're talking about additional compensation.
Or compensatory time
overtime.
off.
Compensatory time off or
Right.
something. Well, I don't know. How does that work with regularly scheduled hours? I guess that would work.
Mr. Chairman, can I interrupt? The town manager asked if I'd chime in here. Another option is to, and I think this is what Cari was alluding to, move it to a DPW, it's the responsibility of DPW, but not necessarily create a new position. So fold it into an existing position, require that individual to have the necessary qualifications and licensure, or to obtain them in a certain amount of time. One opportunity we have here is we're going to be hiring a new DPW director, a superintendent.
So we
So
can
the
make that a
thought process
requirement.
was that this individual, we'd be looking to have this individual, if they don't have it now, that would be a requirement that in a set amount of time.
So the superintendent is going to be the tree warden,
Yes. That would be
and
the
he's going to
third.
climb the trees and do those things.
Well, he doesn't have to climb the trees. He doesn't have to climb the trees. He can use the DPW in order to cut down the trees, or the town could turn to a private contractor to actually do the cutting of the trees.
Okay, and it is your belief that that's going to cost less than 400 and whatever amount you said per month? Listen, I don't care.
No, I'm just
whether
throwing
we-
out our options.
Whether we keep him or not, doesn't make any difference to me. At his age, I'm sure he doesn't care all that much. I'm looking at these things from a realistic point of view, and it's hard, I'm hard-pressed to see that those options are going to leave us better off. If we have regular DPW staff doing it, they work normal hours, except for snowstorms and so forth, which is separate, and they get overtime and so forth. You're going to have overtime situations. The nature of the job does not lend itself readily to being done by a DPW. And it's amazing. For years, I've been trying to get the board to transfer looking at gravel pits to the DPW, because that you can do during the day. They know what gravel looks like, other than, our former gravel pit inspector who said, quote, "I walk into a gravel pit and don't know what I'm looking at." And the board resisted transferring that to the DPW, which is a nothing thing that they could do very easily whenever they want to. This particular thing, it seems to me, and I'm open to arguments, with another view, but it doesn't appear to me to be conducive to assignment to DPW personnel.
I'm comfortable assigning it to whoever is duly licensed to perform the role. And just because Mass General Law does not, list a remedy if it's not met, does not, make it not part of the law.
Well, okay, so we're gonna spend money to have somebody certified to apply pesticides. Now, after doing that, are we gonna spend additional monies to buy the equipment to spray and apply the pesticides? I mean, think about what we're doing here.
Okay, so let me ask Patrick, if we choose to ignore the shall as far as the requirement of the pesticide, does the town open itself to any issue? For instance, when this beetle problem comes to our town and our tree warden can't address the issue in and of themselves, do we open ourselves to a liability issue that could possibly outweigh the cost of a tree warden?
Beetles will come after us.
I view statutory construction more simplistically than former counsel, but there are two types of language, permissive and mandatory. When you have shall, that means it's required.
Okay.
And what this is a qualification statute. It says the appointment of a tree warden shall meet the following standards. It says shall be licensed. It's probably not a big deal to get licensed, and if this gentleman or whomever else we hire as a tree warden is to hold that official position, I would suggest the statute says he should be licensed. I think it's as simple as that.
Okay.
In terms of liability, it's certainly a small risk of liability. We're non-compliant with the statute. We're not abiding by the letter of the law, which is never something I would recommend that we maintain, but I don't think it's a high liability.
Like me to give you a list of the areas in which we don't abide by the letter
Well,
or the
and
intent of the
hopefully,
law?
Peter, we will correct that with this board, that we'll start to identify problems where we've had shortcomings, and we will move to correct those problems.
You see, when the beetle comes, what I would do, would come here and ask for, say, got a contract from him, say he wanted $50,000 to spray the trees. Then I come to the town meeting and put it on the floor that I get $50,000. That's how we did the gypsy moth. We had a meeting, they approved $50,000. We hired a guy with a helicopter, and we watched him spray the town.
You mean you didn't go out there with
See, you gotta carry your license too. You gotta carry insurance too, liability on pesticide, big time.
No, and I understand
Big
that,
time.
but, as our
You look
council
into it,
has
then,
told us, is
if you
we're
want.
looking at the definition,
I sprayed
and
for the
shall
state.
is.
I sprayed for the state 4 years. Every summer I sprayed for the state. I sprayed Taubar, very powerful stuff. It would kill the weeds under the guardrail for 7 years. His front yard where we used to park the truck stayed dead for 15 to 20 years.
Whose front yard?
His front yard.
Oh, yeah?
He grew up behind
That why
me.
you moved?
He moved. I'm telling you, at least 15 years.
I'd like to get
There's
this
so
back on
much
topic
leaked
here.
out of that thing.
Our issues right now are, we cannot provide health insurance under the way we have been doing so. So really, our solutions are either move the function elsewhere in, within the town organization, or identify a fair and equitable level of compensation that will allow him to get insurance on his own.
And then draft a warrant article for the town to decide whether or not they want to approve funds.
And hopefully that'll be an interim.
And I would recommend, if we did that we follow the minimum requirement of the law, and we move that that position be certified and meet the requirements of the Mass General Law. Which then,
I mean, I have no issue with adjusting compensation to allow him to get his own insurance and making that contingent upon just being duly licensed.
right,
That's a
right,
fair
that's what I'm saying,
trade-off.
right. I think that no matter where it is, the position, you know,
And yes, he's
to
not
meet
gonna
the
fly a
remo-
helicopter and wipe out, you know, the whole swarm of beetles coming in. But if there are spot issues, then if he is certified, he can go out and handle a spot issue in someone's yard. If it's talking about blanketing the town, you know, against a beetle attack, obviously, we would look for another solution to that. But I don't see any inequity in asking for someone to be duly licensed for the position that they're being appointed to and being paid to do.
do you?
You know what the requirements are to be licensed?
And I'm not interested in getting a license.
Not interested in getting it?
No way, not at my age. It's a hard license to get.
That-
But your life it is.
Then essentially, what we're now faced with then is the option of making an appointment, increasing salary for someone who wishes not to be licensed in their profession. I don't know what else to say.
He's not being licensed in the profession. His profession is a tree warden. He's not in the profession of applying pesticides. I understand, I'm not arguing with what you're saying, just the terminology is a little different. I'm looking to get the job done that we've been doing for 50 years of tree warden at the lowest cost to the town and provide the service in an efficient basis.
Well, let's take
And I'm
the,
not frightened by the requirement that says shall be licensed.
well, there's another requirement of that appointment. It also says that they shall be qualified by training and experience in the field of arboriculture. So I guess
Their
the question
experience
is what is your
as a tree
training
warden.
and experience in arboriculture?
50 years.
50 years. Okay, I rest my case.
Well, I mean, it's a twofold, so he has one part of it and not the other part of it.
But the other part we're not gonna use, because we're not gonna have them spraying pesticides.
But it's still
Gary,
there. It says
there are-
and, it
there are
doesn't say
people,
or.
if there was a state law that said we had to cut our right hand off, there are people who would reach for the butcher knife. I'm not one of those people. You may have guessed that already.
Yes, I did. And I'm not a favor of big government either, Peter, but I also believe that, you know, it's our responsibility to the board to follow the law. And we are aware of this law, and I don't believe it is in our, we can ignore it.
Peter, he just testified that he sprayed pesticides or weed killer or whatever. and
Prior years,
Right.
years ago.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So at some point, he had the certification.
Or
Oh,
did
they
it without the
required
cert,
that.
right. Or did it
Or it
without,
wasn't
or did
right.
it without the certification.
Right, so, but he has done it in the position of tree warden. So at one point, our tree warden was able to, our tree warden did do that function.
But the requirements in the
I wasn't tree
bureaucracy
warden then.
around those
I wasn't tree warden then.
things. You
You
were?
weren't the tree
I
warden?
worked for the state. I was spraying for the state.
So, again, the issue is, do we adjust the compensation to allow him to get his own insurance and knowingly appoint someone who does not want to be certified in the skills required by state law for that position?
But according to Joe, and I guess practice, his appointment is valid until someone is appointed to replace him.
So we can maintain status quo at,
Maintain the status quo as far as the appointment goes, if he's willing.
However,
We still
there's
have
no
to-
benefits, you know, and that's
Yeah, but that's a
what,
separate issue.
that's what brought the whole issue
Conversation's
forward,
separate.
though.
Yeah.
Right.
right.
Yeah.
Right.
But we can have clean hands, we can say, well, we didn't make the appointment.
Right, it's a town manager appointment.
That's right. When's your appointment up?
It was
When is your appointment up?
It's up already.
It was up.
It's already up.
It was already up, first of
June 30th, right?
June 30th.
Right. So, thoughts? I mean, where do we go from here?
Well, okay. Here's a thought. I think that looking at a cost basis, and I don't know this question, but in the current pool of candidates that we have for the current superintendent position in the DPW, the question I think would be first is, do we have any candidates that would meet these qualifications as far as the experience and training in the field of arboriculture? Okay, to know whether or not that's even an option to hire a superintendent that could fulfill this requirement. First, find out the answer to that. For a second, assume the answer is no. The candidates we have right now, we don't. Okay, and so then we're to the position of, okay, now a warrant article needs to be possibly drafted to increase the compensation for a tree warden. We could then require that you have the requirements. He would have first option. He said no. So we open it then to anybody else to apply for the new dollar figure, whatever it being, and see who would apply to do that as an on-call basis.
Yeah. You might do add one more thing to the list.
What would that be?
Call other towns and see if their tree warden is licensed, is certified to do pesticides. Maybe we can all be in the same jail together.
Well, but do you really want to do what other towns are doing? You've made arguments not to do what other towns are doing.
Not to do other towns, just to, I've been around this old life a long time.
Just because we license them, it doesn't mean we use the license.
But what's,
Like you
at some
said,
point, you have
made
to
the
say,
argument before,
why?
Peter.
Why are we doing this?
But you made the argument before that we didn't even have the budget to properly equip the tree warden with the resources that he needed to do
True.
his job. So if we'd been doing that the whole time, to require the license, but then not give him the tools to apply pesticide, well, that would just be going along with the way we've been operating anyway. But we wouldn't be in violation of Mass General Law. That's the only thing. We wouldn't be in violation of the law.
I don't accept council's statement that we are in, quote, violation of state law. I don't accept that. I don't accept that.
Well, it's interpretation.
Well, if
And
you
that's-
get, you
that's
get
why
a
lawyers
letter,
are lawyers,
you
because they
get a
have
letter
different
to me
interpretations.
from whoever in the state is in charge of tree wardens that says we're in violation of the law.
How about we do this? How about we request from the Department of Food and Drug Administration?
Yeah, give them a
Okay.
call.
Ask for a copy of their application. Let's see
give
what
them a
the
call
fee
and
is.
ask them
No, I'm
how
not gonna
many
give them a
tree
call. I
wardens
wanna
they can
see their
certify.
application. I wanna see what the requirements are, what's the cost of the application, and what's the requirements of the application.
That's fair. Sure.
Yeah, we're not gonna give anybody a call, we're gonna put it in writing, because we've been cautioned.
Good idea.
Right,
Good idea.
that we don't do things verbally. Okay, I'm sorry, David, did you have a comment?
I'm just observing this, Mr. Chair, and I guess, I guess I'm going to try to simplify things just a little bit. The agenda item itself had to do with with the board considering as to options to offering the tree warden health insurance.
Right.
We know we can't do that. So on that part of the agenda item, that part is concluded. The only question that I guess at this point would be, if that's something we cannot do, would it not be the purview of the town manager then to meet with the current tree warden to come up with an idea to see as to what his considerations are as to whether he would still do it for that salary or some other salary, and then bring that and any other suggestions before the board at this point?
Well,
It's just, I'm just.
yeah, no,
I'm just trying to cut through it a little bit, because we're going in 4 different directions and trying to figure out what to do. My suggestion would be perhaps we just need to step back and put forward a recommendation.
well, I mean, I think we had determined, long before this evening that we could not, we were in agreement that we could not provide insurance under the current,
Right.
the way we have been doing it. And why this has appeared again on the agenda is what is our strategy then to address tree warden type issues? You know,
According to the state law read by town council, it's a board of selectmen appointment, not a town manager appointment.
No, a
No.
town can determine by bylaw, charter, or otherwise.
Right.
It
The
says
appointment be made, it does say by the Board of Selectmen, you're right.
It says by the board of selectmen.
But we delegated that to the town manager through our charter.
No, the board of selectmen doesn't delegate something to the town manager. The charter delegates things.
Right.
Right.
And if
To
the
the
charter
charter.
specifically provides that it's a town manager appointment, I think that's legally acceptable.
If it does,
If it does, yeah.
does it?
Okay, hold on.
Yes. Page 23, town manager shall appoint a tree warden.
Okay. Until we get rid of the stupid charter.
But that's a discussion for another night, right, Peter?
I'm not discussing.
Right. All right.
Well, right.
You know, I'll defer to Mr. Genero's recommendation that this board, I think, is in agreement that we cannot provide insurance under the way we have been doing it, right? So we're 100%.
Do we have to take a vote officially on that?
No, it's not even optional.
No, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's no, okay. So, and I was making the assumption that he would like, I mean, that's why we asked for the figure. He would like to be compensated to pick up for the supplemental insurance to his Medicare, and that if we provided a salary, he would accept that position except for getting the certification. So I thought that we
That would be an option that the town manager could present.
present to him afterwards, and that's where, correct, right.
Okay.
So the only thing additionally we're doing is getting the application to find out what this certification actually officially entails.
Probably one of the questions.
Because we're gonna have to, in theory, pay for that, probably. There would be a request for us to pay for compensation for receiving the licensure because it's a requirement of your appointment.
I guess at this point, the main question before the board to facilitate this process would be the discussion of the state law requiring the certification. Because certainly, if we knew the board's direction in that area, it would make it easier for the town manager to formulate a recommendation. I mean, if the board, for instance, is very intent on having that certification, then it's going to change based on Mr. Durenso's comments tonight, the whole direction. It really depends on what the board's pleasure would be in that area, and that would probably facilitate things greatly.
I mean, I personally feel that we should follow the advice of council and view this as a mandate. However, I think it would be helpful before we actually took a vote on that to actually see the application and understand, have everybody understand of what that requirement means, instead of making assumptions that we may not be accurate on.
Bruce, you've been very quiet this evening.
Yes, I am. John, how long have you worked at town? How long have you worked as tree warden?
28 years.
28 years, and this is what we're gonna do with the guy?
So, offer a solution. I mean, that's what we're here for, is to come up with solutions and not just
Oh, I
identify
like the
issues.
idea of giving him the 267.87.
When we get rid of the stupid charter, it'll be an elected position again, and then you can have the insurance if the town votes for it. It's only because it's appointed and not elected that the issue came up.
Well, we don't, not to get on that subject, but we wouldn't have to get rid of the charter. All we could do was amend that section of the charter. And you could still achieve the same point.
That's correct, but it's a stupid charter, so I'd rather get rid of things that are stupid.
Yeah, just looking through.
I just can't see
Members of the Charter
telling
Commission,
somebody
your
with
name is right
28
on there.
years, I'll see you later.
Oftentimes, charters will have provisions that grandfather in protected statuses for existing employees, and I looked at that in ours, and unfortunately, we didn't have that.
Well, it did until that the elected people served out the balance of their term.
Right.
You know, they weren't summarily shot. We waited
Wouldn't
we
cover
waited a
everything.
decent interval before we shot them.
Okay. We're gonna ask the tree warden to sit down with the town manager to put a proposal on the table that, that would be equitable. She'll bring it back to this board, and we'll vote on it, and bring this issue to closure.
What are we gonna vote on?
Whatever the proposal is, I can't.
So if it
Well,
involves
If it's a town
compensation.
manager's appointment, it's a town manager's appointment.
No, I understand.
No, what we're voting on is whether or not we're requiring the section of if we're going to require that the town manager follow 41-106 to the letter of the law, or as
Since she's the
guided
appointing authority,
by-
it's her issue.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, that's
right,
right.
exactly,
Yeah,
right.
That's a good point.
You see now why I don't want you sitting here?
Yeah.
Nothing but cause trouble.
But here's the thing then. If this were strictly a town manager decision,
Yeah.
okay? Why has he been here 2 going on 3 evenings now?
He
Well,
came
but
here
it
because
isn't,
he
because she
he
has to go-
appealed a decision of the town manager, that's
Okay,
why.
right.
Yeah, that's what started.
But the appeal, we essentially have no legs or no teeth in this appeal anyway.
Well, we
But
do.
we do, because if he wants additional compensation, a warrant article is going to
Right.
have to be written.
Clearly, we have to
Right.
draft, we would have to draft
Right.
that, right.
And
So that's why-
we are, as I want to remind us, the chief executive officers of the
Right,
town.
right, so she can appoint him, but then if the town does not allocate the additional resources, then her appointment doesn't stand. I mean, he's in a position, but he's not being compensated according to the agreement of the appointment.
Right.
So it's
I mean,
almost like,
Right now, town meeting has funded this at $400.
right, exactly, right.
Right.
So she can reappoint him at $400 as it stands right now, but until it goes to town meeting,
And actually,
increasing
the
that
appointment stands
budget.
until reappoint, or until a different
Right,
appointment is
right,
made.
but that's where you're at right now, until town meeting changes the situation. So it's almost like it's not her, she can't even make the appointment until after town meeting, because she doesn't know what the budget's gonna be. Which
No,
then
there
can
is a
affect whether or
budget.
not he's gonna.
There is a budget.
No, an increased budget to about $5,000.
Okay. Any last comments on this? No?
I'd just like to say, I don't like treating a town employee this way. That's why I'm so quiet. 28 years and you tell them, hit the road. I don't believe in it. That's just my comment.
Well, I mean,
That's my comment.
no, I understand. But we're not necessarily doing that. It's not our
No,
decision.
I'm
It's
not
town
saying
meeting's
that.
decision.
I'm just saying what I wanted to say.
But you do recognize.
I recognize
the
what's
issues
going
that we're
on.
dealing
Sure,
with here. though,
sure.
Relative to the benefits, which is why he's been willing to work for $400 a year for, last number of years. Right.
But how much is it gonna cost us?
Right, and that's it. Right.
And in all fairness to town, at town meeting, because, and we're working to correct that, but the true budget of the tree warden, people couldn't see. Because the health insurance was hidden within a figure that we didn't understand.
That's correct. In the same way that the true cost of the Director of Planning and Development is hidden, the true cost of
Right.
everybody is hidden because we don't normally think of those things. I think of those things, but most people don't think of those
Right.
things.
All right, let's move on. Under new business, request for board issue proclamation designating September 17th through September 23rd, Constitution Week. Has been requested by Cheryl Ramasco on behalf of the Daughters of the American Revolution. Okay. Have any additional information you'd like to share with us?
I don't.
No, you would call this to my attention, I suggested that I would like to have the board weigh in on any proclamations that the board makes, that would come from this board, so, just, a quick read through the proclamation, I think it's an interesting proposition, and would just welcome any other input that we have on this. Any thoughts, anybody? No?
No, I read it, sounds fine.
Okay. I'd like to, Amy, just read it for everyone. Proclamation of Honorable Board of Selectmen, Town of Uxbridge, Massachusetts, whereas September 17th, 2008 marks the 200th 21st anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention. And whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, now, we, the undersigned, do hereby proclaim the week of September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, and ask our citizens to reaffirm the ideals of the framers of the Constitution, the ideals, that's, I think, misworded there. Ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787, by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. In witness thereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of the town of Uxbridge to be affixed this 8th day of September of the year of our Lord, 2008. So there's one extra word in here. So we're comfortable in signing it as, simple enough to make the change?
Oh, yeah.
Did we print those? Or
No, it was provided. I printed it, but it was provided.
Okay, so just take out the extra word to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in mind. Take the extra of
Ideals
out of there.
framers of the Constitution.
To reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787. There was just the of. Okay?
Mhm.
Okay. A motion to approve?
Motion to approve the proclamation as read.
Second?
With correction.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Maybe able to print that and have it for
Yeah.
Thursday, we'll sign it on
Yeah,
Thursday?
or tonight.
Okay. All right, item B under new business, Central Massachusetts Law Enforcement Council Mutual Aid Agreement. Chief Freitas?
And before the chief gets up, the copy in your packet only had odd
Every other
pages.
page, right.
The,
Oh, yeah.
did you get the
Yeah, you sent
new
us the new
version?
one,
The
yes.
stapled one has everything, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Just look. Copy. No, I have this one here. Oh, there it is.
This is just basically a mutual aid agreement that was actually promulgated by the Central Mass Law Enforcement Council, which has basically been mirrored from the other law enforcement councils throughout the state for the Central Mass region. For lack of a better term, it's very similar to the Task Force Mutual Aid Agreement, except that it encompasses the whole county. It's something that we've been working on for a long, long time in many of its services. For example, the accident reconstruction team, et cetera, are things that we've already done. This just sort of codifies and memorializes some formality to the council, allowing them to be able to research grants and such. But it also sets up, the guidelines and the responsibilities, et cetera, for mutual aid throughout the county and between interaction between police agencies. It needs a signature by me as police chief and by the Board of Selectmen, and I'd be more than willing to answer any questions. It has been reviewed by town council. It also has been reviewed by our insurance carriers and other insurance carriers throughout the state and other town councils, and also the district attorney's office, and they've all, I don't want to use the word signed off because they haven't signed off. They've all indicated that there are no issues here.
I'd like to ask a question that kind of brings us back to last summer when we had the Burnett Mill fire. And, there were public safety responders from all over the state were here. And then once the event all played out, within probably 2 to 3 months, the finance director had summarized what the mutual aid costs were for the various towns, and then we sought aid from the legislature, who then, helped us cover some of those costs, if I believe that's the way it all played out, right? Yes. Article 6 on cost here says each department is responsible for the costs associated with their own employees when providing mutual aid. Is this fundamentally different than from the fire department mutual aid contract? Or is it just a matter of courtesy and practice that you reimburse towns for their added expense?
I would say no. It's not fundamentally different because in normal situations, unlike the Burnett Mill fire, for example, when Northbridge comes to a fire in Uxbridge, the Northbridge Fire Department is paid by the town of Northbridge, it is not paid by us.
Right.
Same thing applies here. In that particular case with the Burnett Mill fire, we were able to get reimbursements to the individual towns for the money that they put out for everything that was given in aid, et cetera. What we do now when we use mutual aid, even when we have big events and huge events, is the departments that contribute to this law enforcement council, if we send an officer, we pay for them, all right? Now, in the circumstances where the town can reimburse or would reimburse, or through a state grant and things like that on those huge events, certainly that would be reimbursed to the individual towns. But basically, it's an ability to get more law enforcement officers than your community can handle when you need them in certain situations.
So the reimbursement associated with the mill fire was really just because of the magnitude of it, we sought relief from the Commonwealth?
That's correct.
Okay.
And
All
had
right.
that not come through, each town that contributed people.
Would have been on the
paid
hook
their
for their individual
individuals
amount.
For their money.
Right.
But the whole thing is, sometimes we send firefighters to Northbridge, just like they send
Sure,
firefighters.
of course.
So
Right.
that's
Yeah,
basically
mutual
what
aid,
this is
right.
talking about.
Okay. And you might have already said this as you started your commentary. Do we have an existing mutual aid agreement in place, or is it just a handshake agreement right now?
We have a mutual aid agreement in place through our drug task force, which would cover mutual aid agreements with the towns that are in the South County Task Force, which there were about 6 of us. This is actually bigger because it encompasses basically all 51 towns in the Central Mass area, or all those that sign on. We can use the mutual aid agreements that are under Chapter 41, Section 99, which is, for lack of a better term, has a few more steps you have to go through in order to request help from other departments to help you, and on and on. And this just sort of makes the process just a little bit easier. It's more geared towards allowing the established organizations that we have, like the accident reconstruction team, like the SWAT team, et cetera, to go out now and have a little bit more credibility, if you will, to get grants to help them to function.
Questions for Scott? Peter, any questions?
No.
No? Are you looking for an endorsement from the board? or is it just
Actually, what I need is a vote and a signature on the, probably the last page.
There's actually no signature
Yeah, there
page
is
on there
no- yeah.
unless the last page didn't photocopy properly?
I have one here, because the towns are listed out. Uxbridge is on the next to the last page, actually.
Okay.
And these-
Oh, we're signing on that page. Oh, okay.
Because this,
Yes,
let's see. First line would be date of entry. The next one is this chief's signature, so the chief executive officer's signature would be
The last line.
the last line.
On this form.
Yep.
All
Okay.
right, this is a single side
Okay.
copy.
So as far as date of entry, so you like a motion
I'll
to?
sign it. At the point that I give it, as a matter of fact, there's a Central Mass Chiefs meeting tomorrow, and the Law Enforcement Council President should be there. I can sign it tomorrow. I'll date it for tomorrow, and we'll give it to him.
Okay.
Or you can date it tonight, whatever your pleasure. I'll sign it.
So look for a motion to authorize the chief and the chair to sign the mutual aid agreement.
Motion as said by the chair.
The town should accept the mutual aid agreement with the Central Mass Law Enforcement Council. That's the motion, and authorize the chief police to sign the documents relating thereto, which shall be made a part of the meeting minutes.
I'll second that.
What's your motion?
Hold on.
Oh.
I'll second
I thought you were.
I already seconded.
Get that or?
Hang on.
Okay, it's my motion as said by Peter.
Keep
Who
it simple.
seconded? Who was the second?
Refer to the.
Bruce is the second.
Any discussion? No? Call for the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'll give you my copy too if you want, so that I can, like, I'll sign both, you guys sign both, that way they keep one for the minutes here, and I'll keep
Okay.
one.
So we're signing
So I'm signing.
right column.
Okay.
Let's do three, that way I make the distinction.
I'm starting to drag 'em. I'm starting to drag.
Is there one more?
No, these are all.
One second?
No, I'm all set.
Oh, okay. You look like you were like
No, no,
poised
no.
to say something there. You all set? All right, the next item, we already discussed very briefly, and that was just receive status of the Public Employees Committee and its efforts to consider participation in the GIC. Deadline's October 1st, 2008. We're going to address this on Thursday night. If you've had a chance to just read everything. Oh, there is a copy in here. All right. All right, under item D, common vic license, address change for the Rainbow Palette.
Mr. Chairman, on Thursday of last week, Laura Sonadella, who is the owner of the Rainbow Palette, stopped in to let me know her business is moving from 6 South Main Street to 5 South Main Street. So she just wanted to find out what she needed to do with her common vic license. She will be, in her current location, she's been doing art classes, a community art studio, and she's also sold sandwiches, coffee, those types of things, which is hence the need for the common vic license. She's actually scaling back. I asked her, she said she considers herself a traveling artist. She won't be offering the classes in-house anymore, but it will operate basically as a cafe. I believe it's Thursday through Saturday, maybe it's Thursday through Sunday, 4 to 9, more limited hours. But essentially, if this is a transfer of the license, you know, it's a new building, the building inspector and the Board of Health sign-offs would apply as well.
But all we're gonna do, the vote, is to change the location
Mhm.
from 6 to 5,
Mhm.
or 5 to 6?
Mhm.
6 to 5?
6 to 5.
She's moving
6
across
to
the
5.
street.
Nice.
Yep,
Across the
two
street.
alternatives.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Was that a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just asked. I'm trying to get my bearings. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm thinking, it's across the street. Gotcha.
So the motion would be to just transfer the address on the license, transfer license from 6 South Main Street to 5 South Main
Or
Street.
reissue the
Or
license.
reissue,
Yep.
okay.
Second?
Contingent upon approval of
Building and Board of Health.
Building and Board of Health. Okay. All right, second. Any discussion? No. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Peter.
Okay, thanks.
We have, item in our packet, under item E, School Building Committee resignation, Peter Shenevert. This is written to Board of Selectmen. Dear members, this letter is notification of my resignation from the current Standing School Building Committee. I thank you for the opportunity to serve the community and the citizens of Uxbridge. Respectfully, Peter Shenevert. Just like to offer a letter to Peter just thanking him for his service on that board.
He's here for a long time.
This is at least the second go-around
Yeah.
on school building committees, at least the second that I'm aware of, and perhaps the third even, so. So if you guys don't mind, I'll drop a letter just thanking him for his service. Yes. Okay. All right, under correspondence and other business, there is one piece of correspondence that I wanted to just call to everyone's attention, and I'm sure you all may have others as well. A few weeks back, I'm not sure if it was our last meeting or the one before that, I believe it was our last meeting, the Uxbridge School Committee just wanted to make us aware of a vote that they took, so I would like to read this. It's dated August 15th. It's addressed to Jill from Ernie Esposito, and just talks about the school/town building maintenance committee. And the letter essentially says, the Uxbridge School Committee, on a vote of 7-0, voted to request of the town manager to reinstate a member of the school department to the school/town building maintenance committee. The most expensive buildings in the town of Uxbridge are the town schools, and no one knows the needs of those buildings better than school department personnel. The school committee feels it is in the best interest of the town to have to have a representative on this committee. I'm looking forward to your positive decision to this request, and then carbon copy to the Board of Selectmen and the Uxbridge School Committee. This is in response to the discussion that we had where it was proposed that perhaps the makeup of the school-town building maintenance committee and the committee that would review requests, excuse me, and make recommendations for funding, the makeup of that change. I don't know that any change has actually ever been made to that committee, but I want to recognize the school committee's thoughts here, and I say that I do agree. I believe that there certainly should be a seat of from someone from either the school committee or designee. I specifically discussed this with the chairman of the school committee, suggested Mike Legender, because he's so much in tune with the physical plant of the school department that I think he'd be a perfect member of the committee. So as we get our arms around the remaining money in the school-town building maintenance committee, excuse me, I would hope that as that moves forward, that we would certainly include someone from the school committee, or at least give them the option to provide a designee if no one from the actual committee wants to serve. Unless, Peter, you want to serve?
No.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Was there other correspondence that anyone wanted to bring up at this point?
Well, there was a letter from Mrs. Capistran.
We're going to address that in
Everybody-
executive session, actually.
Executive session?
Yeah, because of issues with adverse possession.
The issues with what?
Is that the issue that we wanted to?
The issue is whether or not she's properly occupying town property and whether we are willing to negotiate some sort of a transfer of an interest or an agreement to her to allow.
That's not executive session unless we think our position will be compromised or
That's-
detrimental.
That's certainly your choice, yes.
Yeah.
It could go into executive session.
Well,
if
that
the
would be
board were to
stretching
feel
it.
that.
I mean, I don't, it's, have you looked at it? It's a, town-owned land next to their property, they have some wood piled there. As I understand, what they're asking for is, instead of having to move it right now, in the course of the winter, they will move the wood by combustion.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, we have a letter that Irving went to look at it, he said, what did they send me up here for? We need to know that they acknowledge that it's town property. That's first and foremost. And I don't have any objection to allowing them to use it temporarily. If I owned the land and they were using it and it didn't bother me,
Okay.
You can't.
Make a suggestion.
Yeah, well, my,
Just-
okay, good.
Yeah, just to formalize the arrangement, Peter, if
Yeah,
you
that's
wanted to
fine.
allow them to use it.
Yeah.
It would be advisable, in my view, to execute at a minimum a license agreement with them, just.
Yes, very simple, one
Indicating
page.
they have the right
Yeah.
to occupy, possess. Whether the board intends to charge them any fee or rental, that's your call. I'll leave that up to you. And in that license agreement, I'd suggest we request that they indemnify and hold us harmless if for example, kids are out there playing on it and get hurt, they'll
That's
hold
fine.
us harmless.
It's very simple.
Once it's burned, though, they agreed to move it. So I don't see a problem with it.
Now, procedurally, we don't have an agenda item to take a vote to enter into this type of agreement or proposed agreement as Pat just laid out on the agenda, so we cannot take action on that right now.
Why don't you put it on your agenda for Thursday evening?
Okay.
vote
And by
it,
then, you'll have the agreement to us, right?
I can, sure.
Sure.
Okay.
You did good, this, quick.
So aren't you glad he's here?
You just don't want to pay him.
See, it worked. I do have one question, though. How did it come, did she always know she was on town property, or
They've
was this
admitted.
brought to her?
No, they've admitted. It started with a complaint from another resident
Okay.
that if they are allowed to store things on town property,
Then why can't, I remember reading
Yes, so
something
this
about
is the
that. Okay.
situation. The concern is that you open it up to one, you may now be flooded with requests. The other concern is this is also conservation property. So as the issue was brought forth, we did send folks out. It was determined, and they have admitted that they are storing it. There is not only a wood pile on town property, there were other items, trailer and other things that were promised to be moved. I don't know
They've been,
if they
trailer's
have
been
been.
moved.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
if it's conservation property, the Conservation Commission has jurisdiction over the property, then not the town. How is the property acquired?
I don't know that it's conservation property. Is it, in fact, conservation
It's
property?
town-owned property.
Town-owned property. This is across the street from the 100-acre lot. And we acquired
David
it
had,
at the same
and
time.
I'm sorry, but the finance director left, and he's the one who looked into the matter.
Did he say it was conservation property?
Which my understanding is takes the adverse possession off the table. That was a
Any
question.
act
That was a
of-
question.
Yeah, any overt action by the town, such as saying, notifying that we own the property,
Yeah.
will allow you to use it and occupy it by voluntary agreement, takes adverse possession off the plate by asserting control over the property, and their admission that we own it, which they've done, I think resolves any potential adverse possession issue.
But adverse possession only kicks in after,
20 years.
thank you.
They're contending.
Has it been that long?
They're contending that it has been.
But it's open and notorious adverse possession.
Which is,
The open part, but the notorious part, I'm not sure that would apply.
it's tough to prove in open area, on
Right,
open
right,
land,
right,
you know.
exactly.
There's no enclosure or fencing, they just have a pile of wood out there.
Right.
so.
That's it. You can't see it from the road unless you
If it
really
is
look.
conservation land, that, again, we need to think very long and hard before we put land under conservation. Because it, precludes your use of the property for generations to come, and there's no benefit to it. There's no benefit that accrues to the town from that.
So can the town, just so I haven't clear, so once it becomes conservation, you can't take it back?
You have to go to the legislature, and there's, it's a mess. And there's no good reason to do it. If somebody, gave us $10 million to put into conservation, then I might think a little bit about it. But other than that, forget it.
Okay, and correct me if this is off the subject, but what comes to my mind, we're talking about the 100-acre.
No, this is
No,
across
no,
the
this is
street.
across.
This is across the street,
Yeah.
okay,
And
but the
farther down.
100-acre is where the soccer fields are.
Yes.
It's farther
That's
down.
not conservation land.
That's not conservation land. I hope I'm not opening a can of worms, but there's all kinds of corn growing up there.
Yeah, we lease the field.
We lease the fields, okay, so under that circumstance, we have leased town property. So we have a situation where we've leased it to one, and we're gonna let the other one stay there?
Well, there's a little bit of difference. The man is growing a valuable crop, corn, to feed, it has value. There's a benefit to the town in that if it weren't either hayed or corn grown, in a few years, it would grow up into forest, which is happening to the part that we don't use of the fields, I can tell you, you leave land alone for 3 or 4 years and you're dealing with trees.
Right, I'm just trying to,
So there's a benefit both ways. What we're talking about with this particular parcel is a wood pile from me to Bruce that was cut and stacked and now over the winter is gonna be burned.
And covered.
So you know, it's gone. I mean, there's no detriment to the town by its being
Now,
there
the
or not.
conservation land part, okay, so we need to deal with that issue, you know,
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
I also would like to see the language suggest that subsequent years, this would not be permitted. That,
Why?
at this point on.
Right, that they've identified that this is town property, and that if they, basically, this is a one-time deal, the next time you will have to lease the property. I mean, it will be monetary compensation.
Now,
They
Peter.
can't
I mean, you know,
add to the
it's- we
supply.
just
They
open
have
this
to-
up, right.
Exactly. Oh, we
Once
didn't
it's
burn
burned,
that
it's
section.
burned.
Right. They have to, so can we put a date that if it is not consumed, it is removed before April 1st?
But you want to say April 1st? Okay. Sure.
Consumed or removed by April 1st.
Right.
I believe Selectman Potaski's been contacted by the individuals involved, both the complainant and the Capistrans. So if you're holding this for Thursday night, he may have more information.
Okay. Any other correspondence anybody wanted to?
Just other business, just too quickly, just to let the board know. I wish the board would address a policy regarding fees that are set. We received a notice a few weeks ago about fees changed by the town clerk. Should we, as a matter of policy, look to fees as a way to use our power to extort money from people who are under our clutches? Or should we look at fees as a legitimate deferring of actual costs incurred in the efficient provision of whatever service is involved? And the other, just a question, what's the status of the DPW chief search?
April 15th?
Superintendent.
No, not April.
I mean,
September 15th.
September 15th,
September
right now, 5.
What's that?
There's an initial,
There's initial interviews with 5 candidates.
Okay. So you have all the applicants that you wanted to get, that with the time for submitting applicants is?
We still have the possibility, did you receive paperwork on a possible 6th?
I haven't gotten anything new in.
Okay.
Based on what we have now,
Okay, who's
Based
looked
on-
at them?
the town manager and I.
Just you two? I thought somebody was, board was gonna be part of that.
Part of the interview panel.
Yeah, the Bruce and Cari, or is it Bruce?
Right, I haven't seen anything yet.
I haven't seen a thing.
Why not?
Would be part of the interview process.
They already cut
Because
5
they-
off.
No, that's incorrect.
How many?
There were 9 applicants total. 3
Okay.
didn't meet the minimum experience and qualifications, so those 3 were sent.
Okay. Do we have somewhere a written list of the qualifications and experience?
In the job description.
Okay, okay. All right.
So no one was excluded for discretionary reasons. They were all, didn't meet requirements. And everyone else is being invited in for interviews. Okay.
Well, if the two of you are gonna be part of that search or the interview process.
I need the-
I suggest you
I
start looking at the
need the
things.
criteria.
I suggest you start looking at the people who you're going to be interviewing.
I would love to.
you know.
And brush up on what it takes to be a tree warden too, while we're getting ready for the.
I have a pair of climbing spikes if you want to try them on.
I would. No, I can't go on.
Actually, I have a pair of those also, Peter.
Have you?
And a chainsaw.
Oh, good.
I just want to address, your comment about the fees, and although, you're prone to hyperbola with extort and that kind of thing, you raise a valid point, with respect to recovering cost. The challenge is, I don't know that this town or any town is kind of granular enough with the way they capture and allocate expenses to say, this costs X to do, this costs Y to do, because we're not like the UPS. I mean, UPS are the best at that. They know what it would cost to take a box and go like this, and they break their workingness down and everything. So I think you take one of those kind of best guess kind of things, but it's far too imprecise.
Well, it's not a guess to know that when someone makes a declaration for a business certificate, which means my name is Joe Jones, residing at 82 Main Street. I will be doing business as XYZ Corporation. You sign it and hand it to the town clerk. It doesn't take brain surgery to say, the cost incurred by the town is not, what is it, $25 he wants now?
Well, first of all, if they're gonna be operating as XYZ Corporation.
No, not corporation,
they're-
company.
Okay.
I'm sorry, company. And as a matter of fact, speaking of that, according to the testimony given by somebody a few weeks ago, even when a corporation goes in, they still take the money and give them a certificate, even though it doesn't apply to corporations, it's only to proprietorships.
Well, actually, that raises something that I think that the board should consider, is that when it's come to the board's attention, and of course, we would probably want to put a statute of limitations as to how far back, but when it comes to the board's attention that individuals have been required to apply for permits, that we find out after the fact they were not required to pay for, that they are reimbursed.
Yeah, absolutely.
For
over the last 3 or 4 years, dozens and dozens of people have been told they need to apply for a variance or a special permit improperly, and they paid the $100 or $200. I can tell you as a matter of fact, absolute guaranteed, I paid more than $1,200 for permission to build my house. And the town did not incur anywhere near that cost. So far, the building inspector has been out twice. There'll probably be 2 more times will it come out. You know, and it's not just Uxbridge. Towns use those fees to generate income, and we do it because we have the power, even though, under the law, the Constitution, the fee is not supposed to be a tax. It's supposed to relate to the actual cost of service, a good faith effort in doing that.
You know, again, it comes down to how you quantify what does it cost to do any particular action. For example, the building inspector is not just hired to sit there, okay? You know, he or she is hired to take action, to inspect buildings, to issue, you know, permits, those types of things, right? Each of those acts takes a slice of that person's time.
Yes.
Right, and when you add all the acts up that they perform over the course of the year, it adds up to the cost of them, you know, doing that, plus whatever, overhead and anything else like that, okay?
But some of the things he does doesn't relate to the particular permit issued. In other words, the cost of the permit should cover the actual cost of the time, the overhead, the supervision, all those things of the people involved.
Right.
But not to everything that they do, because some things they do are not related to the issuing of the permits. But you need to be reasonable.
Yeah.
You know, to charge BJ's $340,000 for a building permit is absolutely highway robbery. At least, you know, Jesse James had the decency to use a gun, and we don't even have that decency. We just say, you've got to pay it, and it's not right.
Yeah, and I think that the challenge, though, is how do you arrive at the number that is right?
Well,
I'm not debating the
takes
point
some
with you
work.
whatsoever.
It
No,
takes
yeah.
some work, but it's not brain surgery.
Right. But,
I
you know,
mean,
for
somewhere
example-
between $340,000
Yep.
and nothing, there
Yeah.
has to be
No,
something.
exactly, but no, for example, though, if it costs $100,000 a year to run the building department, okay, building inspection department, and we issue 100 certificates a year, each one should cost $1,000. I mean, if that's all that person were doing.
Yes, but it isn't.
No, I understand that,
Okay.
right. And then you say, well, okay, but then he had a visit, and he made 4 visits or whatever, okay?
Yeah.
Well, maybe only 1 visit when he came to look at, or 2 visits when he came to look at your house, because you're so organized and know how to do things, but maybe I'm not as good of a builder, and he's had to come out 6 times, 'cause I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
All right?
Well, the fee
So then,
fee
do
structure
they
can
charge?
account for that.
Yeah, right.
And many of them do. They say, if I come to inspect something and I have to come back because something isn't done properly, right?
Classic is like
There's
smoke
an
alarm
extra cost.
detector
Sure.
inspection, those types of things.
Absolutely.
Right.
Nothing wrong
You
with
know,
that.
Right. So the real challenge, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all relative to the whole, you know, fee versus tax discussion. It's how do you quantify is the challenge, and I don't have an answer for that, and I don't know that you do either. I mean, you know.
Well, I remember when I was at home watching, and the electrical inspector wanted to increase, charge an extra, I think, $35 for sub-panels. And his reasoning was, Well, people use sub-panels when they have a big house, and therefore they can afford to pay more. That was what he said. Now, that's not a legitimate reason for charging extra money.
The
I
legitimate
have-
reason is I have to do 2 inspections when I get there. I have to check the main panel, and then I have to go,
They're supposed to check all the fixtures anyway. Well, they don't, of course, but they're supposed to.
But it's undeniably, it's more work, so you can justify it that way, but to
But it's
justify.
not $35
Right.
more work, because you look at it. Sub-panels, the grounds have to be separate from the neutral.
Yep.
You know, the main panel and on, and things like that. I mean, you know, instant glance tells you.
Yeah. I mean, your point's well-founded. I just don't know how to quantify it better, though. Other than, common sense prevails, but, then all fees would be cost of paper, and if,
No, it wouldn't be that. They'd be, as you suggested, you have to look at what the costs actually are and come up with a way of setting the fees, but not as a way of raising revenue, which is what we do and other towns do.
and the state, and the
Yeah,
federal government.
yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
So, okay. All right, any other items? Did you have one that you wanted to bring up? I just saw you rifling through some papers, I thought you
Yeah,
had
no,
something.
I mean, I guess I'm looking for guidance on the direction of, do I request that it be put on a future agenda to consider policy changes?
What we should do is try to tackle one per meeting or one per 4 reading meeting series or whatever the case may be. But seriously, just if you
Because
have to.
I do have 3 that I'd like to, but I can throw one out each week and then.
Why don't you put them all 3 on the table, and then we could pick,
Think about
what
it.
order we do them in or
We can,
whatever.
we can
Yeah.
think.
Well, one is the, reimbursing fees that come to our attention. Of course, there'd be big discussion into that, but, that are, levied to citizens, and we find out after the fact that we put them through a process that was not necessary. Another one would be to look at a policy, which was brought up this evening, where we're having hearings on issues that we're not required by statute or bylaw to have hearings on, that we stop that process. And the other one is more of a procedural, which I threw to Kim, because it would basically fall to her. We had the issue of the DPW, where we received a letter from the employees saying that they did not know that they were supposed to be notified. I think that it would help the board if we had a set procedure, and it wouldn't be and I'm up for recommendation, whether it's a checklist, if you're on the agenda, that we know that you've been officially notified. Like the tree warden was on the agenda last week, and he didn't even know he was on the agenda. That if you're on the agenda, then you receive a call saying, hey, you're on the agenda. If you sponsor an article, so that we have the people here that we need in order to complete the business when it hits the agenda, and it doesn't have to be put off because we're waiting for more information. I just see that's a way of having our process run more clearly, and if the people can't be available, then pull it off the agenda and move it to when, there's no reason to talk about it, to turn around and bring it back up on the agenda and have to talk about it again. Those would be the 3 things that I would,
Add one to the list.
okay?
Prorating fees, where by state law, they all expire December 31st.
Or on a fiscal year sometimes,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Don't some expire on a fiscal?
I'm not aware of any that expire on fiscal year by state law, but a lot of the ones, like alcohol licenses and
Right,
common
right.
victual licenses, they expire at that time, and we used to prorate the fees.
Good point.
But for some reason, that was forgotten about.
So reimbursing fees collected in error, procedure on hearings, procedural item on notification of Board of
Agenda
Selectmen
issues.
agenda items, and then prorating fees that expire on calendar year basis. Okay, all right. I'm not suggesting we try to tackle all 4 in any one meeting.
No, like, one a meeting,
Okay.
but those are,
Okay. All right. Any other items? here? No? Okay, I think we do have what, 2 items to discuss in executive session. First being relative to the Douglas Street purchase and sale agreement.
I don't know why that's executive session either.
Because we're going to be talking about conflicting legal positions and what would most likely be litigation if the parties can't agree. And secondly, it involves the disposition of land, and the value of the land is going to be a significant component in developing our strategy.
Okay, disposition of what land? Douglas Street?
Douglas Street, yes.
Okay.
And then the second reason for executive session is to discuss strategy with respect to the collective bargaining.
Oh, it's actually pending litigation. It's the
Oh,
pending
okay, I'm
lawsuit,
sorry.
Caffrey versus the town of Uxbridge, and I'm going to update the board on the status of that litigation and discuss that case.
See, that, when we have something that's a specific case, we should mention what the case is.
Okay.
So, instead of just,
Okay.
general. Okay, with no business after?
Right.
So moved.
Second?
By roll call vote?
Robertson, aye.
Desilets, aye.
Kuros, aye.
Bagdasarian, aye.